Dum, dum, ba-da-dee. Uh, ain't no way both those accounts only had. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Are we wiped? I'm double check. I have to manually reactivate each account. Well, I shall see. Let's see. Uh, oh, that one works though. So weird. Hold on. Ow. Yeah, ear rape, ear rape, ear rape, ear rape, ear rape, ear rape. Sorry about that. But ladies and gentlemen, we are not wiped. I'm glad. I hope you heard all of that. Specifically you, Dark. I hope you got ear raped right there. No. Add account. Also, have y'all been able to hear me at all? Add account. Hello? Watch out for your ears. Yeah. Hey, Dark, are you there? Dark? Hello? Alright, let's go and buy all these bitches up real quick. Alright, cool. Since you always complain. Oh, wow. Okay, fuck you then. Alright, cool. Oh, I don't even want to click this as a, I don't even want to click this even as a joke. I really don't want to. We're gonna watch some Duke Dennis Riz moments. Duplicate. I saw like a top 5 funniest Duke Dennis moments on TikTok. I fucking busted out laughing. The one where he was doing a mukbang and somebody in chat said always full. He's like, you don't know me. Who the fuck are you? You always full. Alright. I don't know why he'd try to hit on a girl that has on no bra. That's not Riz, that's sexual harassment.
Stop. I'm at home.
Yeah, I read it, but I'm not responding to your bitch ass. That's why. Because you're retarded. I'm not responding. Boy, I can only imagine what this comment section is going to look like. It's going to be 12-year-olds and Bape and Supreme.
That's what I do. That's what I do. That's what I do. That's what I. Hey God. Hey God. Hey God.
You gotta stay down though. You gotta stay down. Why would you say that? Why would you say
How
that?
you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing great, man. What's your name?
Valerie.
Valerie. You from out here?
Yeah.
Word.
But if I say you about to rip his dick off the way you clenching and riding him so much, I'm the bad guy.
What you doing later, man?
Nothing. We chill. We might go to KOD.
Yeah. Same, man. Let me get your number, man.
Oh, number is crazy.
Number is crazy. Ain't it? This number is way easier for me.
Me too.
Well, you know what? I fuck with that right there, man. Number is crazy. Type shit. No, it's like.
Wait, are you famous like on socials?
Hell, nah, I just bought this camera the other day. I'm just trying shit out. Type shit. Like that.
Are you famous on socials? Mob, can you wait for Riz Duke Dennis compilation? Are you excited?
Huh?
You joking around?
Hey, you know what, man? When I say number is crazy, motherfuckers look at me like I'm crazy. You know what I'm saying? That's tough.
I'm about to be the same mindset.
Okay, bet.
All right, be safe.
What party this is? Who party is? Who party is this?
Kai invited me.
Kai. Who is it?
You don't know him? He a streamer.
He a streamer? What the fuck he be streaming?
I really just started watching him, but he really just be there.
Nope. Not watching anymore. I did not have 10 bill. You want to know what happened? I spent 8 bill before the update buying rainbows. That's what happened. And then the other two bill or so, I gave it deleter. I'm just glad I have my shit set up like this, so I don't even got to worry about that. An illegal amount of no riz. But yeah, I'm not trying to riz you. Oh, this one has a picture of Hitler on the front.
Hard time.
The most psychotic dictators includes paid promotion. What company? Turk Turkmenistan? The fuck is this? Oh, it's cologne.
Times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. And weak men create hard times. This is the stupidest quote I've ever heard in my entire life. Strong men create good times, my ass. You know who was a strong man? Stalin. Or how about this guy? These were strong men who created some very, very hard times. Some of the worst times in history, in fact. In case you weren't able to opine it from the title, this video is about dictators, but not just any plain old dictators. I wanted to talk about some of the most bizarre and eccentric dictators throughout history. So, let's get into it.
That's awesome. He gay low key. Why does he want a dick potato?
By the way, this video contains some very dark subject matter and is probably going to have to be heavily censored. If you want to see the uncensored version, check out my Patreon. The first two dictators we're going to talk about are both from the glorious nation of Turkmenistan. The second worst country with the word Turk in it. By the way, guys, I'm really going to try to pronounce these names correctly, but I have a feeling that's not going to go well. Supar Murat Niazov.
Okay.
Was the General Secretary of the Turkmen Soviet Socialist Republic. After the fall of communism, the people got their first taste of freedom and overwhelmingly elected this guy as their president. He was the only candidate. Now, do you guys remember this scene from The Dictator?
Often described as ignorant, he changed over 300 Wadian words to Aladdin, including the words positive and negative, causing mass confusion.
Do you want the Aladdin news or the Aladdin news?
The Aladdin news?
You are HIV Aladdin?
This is based on this guy.
That looks like me. For real? For real? Yeah, for sure.
He actually did that. This man renamed a bunch of random words after himself and his mother. For example, the month of January was changed to Turkmenbashi. And he also changed the name of the word bread to his mom's name. And that's not even the most psychotic thing. He wrote this book called the Runma, and this was basically Turkmenistan's holy book. Mosques were forced to display it next to the Quran or be demolished. It was required reading in schools, and you even needed it to get a driver's license or a job. And more importantly, it was required to go to heaven. Listen, I'm not gonna say everything this guy did was awful. After all, he did give everybody in Turkmenistan a free watch with his face on it. He also built a lot of infrastructure with his face on it. Not to mention, he virtually eradicated diseases like AIDS and cholera from Turkmenistan. Granted, he accomplished that by banning the reporting of those diseases, but hey, you can't argue with results. When Niazov passed away from a heart attack, the Turkmen people breathed a collective sigh of relief, but it would be a very short sigh because his successor would be even more psychotic than him. And I'm not just saying that to get your attention, okay? He really was. Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov.
Droppity ghoul.
Took me like 23 takes to finally get that. Why couldn't this guy have a nickname, by the way? Is a former dentist who inexplicably finagled his way into the highest
Ooh. That don't look good.
office of Turkmenistan. Also, is that Obama? Huh. His presidency actually got off to a promising start. First of all, he changed all the words back to normal, and then he started undoing some of Turkmenbashi's psychotic policies. But it wouldn't be long before he started implementing some ridiculous policies of his own. This guy was obsessed with the Capitol being as clean as possible. So he banned air conditioning units because he thought they were an eyesore. We're talking about a desert, by the way. This place gets up to 106 degrees in the summer. He also banned satellite dishes, dogs, and cars that weren't white.
Former dictator made it illegal to have a black car in the city, and today about 90% of cars you see are white. I guess it matches quite nicely with the white marbled buildings, but to be honest, it's spooky as hell.
The most iconic thing about this guy is his obsession with world records. According to Guinness's website, which is complete dog shit by the way, Turkmenistan holds 38 world records, including largest indoor Ferris wheel, largest roof shaped like a star, and most people singing in a circle.
Hey, they're kind of bad. Hold on. Where does that? I will end the dictatorship, ma'am.
I don't know, I feel like when it comes to world records, there's kind of a point of diminishing returns. At some point, it gets so specific that it's not really even impressive. Like, I'm pretty sure I hold the world record for longest time gooning to Matthew Santoro videos, but I feel like that's more sad than impressive. 114.
Wait. Oh my god. I haven't seen this guy forever. Ever since he got the shit beat out of him by his ex-girlfriend.
To Matthew Santoro videos, but I feel like that's more sad than impressive. 114 hours, by the way. Unfortunately, Turkmenbashi's human rights records didn't come anywhere near his Guinness World Records. Turkmenistan is one of the least free and most repressive countries on the planet. Despite its massive oil and natural gas
I remember he came out with his video talking about how his ex-girlfriend was like very abusive. He was crying. And then she gets online, it's like, I didn't even abuse you. And then videos came out of her abusing him. Now I think she's a Republican, probably. All I know is she, whenever, you might remember her, if y'all remember the song This Is America, she came out with her own music video called, like, doing This Is America, but it was about women instead of black people. Everybody's like, why the fuck would you do that?
reserves, most of the profits go directly into the dictator's personal obsessions rather than to the people. And, you know, not to be a bummer or anything, but it's important to remember that behind all of these goofy antics, millions of real people are
Beautiful sights of rivers and sky, all other beauties in Turkmenistan.
Oh, it's over now, Gennaro. I was gonna ask some tips about Windcraft because I was playing it, but now my account's unbanned, so never mind.
Oh man, that's hilarious. What was I talking about? Now guys, Berdy Muhammadov may be a kleptocratic dictator, but at least he doesn't smell bad. That's one thing I cannot forgive. Jean Bokassa was a decorated captain in the French military until 1960 when the Central African Republic gained its independence.
It's way back, that mumble crap. There's a guy I follow on TikTok. He'll go to restaurants and like he'll be in Taco Bell and there'll be like a song that's like a rap song playing in the restaurant. He'll be like, they're playing rap music. Oh, I'm not bad. I was just asking general question. I'm amazing at the game. Fuck you.
It's from France. The country's first president, David Dacko,
How
asked
goa?
Bokassa to come back to Africa and be his top military leader. And Jean thanked him by taking over the country himself in a military coup. He then proceeded to turn the country into the Central African Empire and gave himself the title of His Imperial Majesty Bokassa I. Man, that's gotta be the coolest thing about being a dictator, is just getting to pick your own nickname and people are forced to call you that. His coronation ceremony was a shot-for-shot remake of Napoleon's, who Bokassa was obsessed with.
You think somebody out there has a fursona, like a bird fursona called Hawk Tua?
He even tried to get the Pope to crown him, but he got left on red. This whole ordeal costed over $100 million, 1/5 of the country's entire GDP. So it's safe to say this guy was not very popular, and not just because of the coronation. He fed people he didn't like to lions in his private zoo, and he was also allegedly a cannibal who served human meat to unsuspecting dinner guests. Luckily, his empire wouldn't last longer than 3 years. After countrywide protests, Bokassa personally oversaw the massacre of 100 school children. The international community decided that he had finally gone too far, and the French army did a coup and reinstated Dacko as president. But Bokassa never really saw justice for his crimes and died a free old man at the age of 75. You'll notice this is kind of a common theme with these guys. I feel like most of them don't see justice. Well, except for the next guy we're going to talk about. The Balkans are one of the most complex geopolitical areas in the entire world. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and give you a whole boring history lesson, but here's a quick rundown on the region. Croatia hates Serbia, Serbia hates Bosnia, Albania hates Serbia, Macedonia hates Greece, Bulgaria hates Macedonia, and everybody hates Turkey. It's almost impossible to hold a region with so many different cultural and religious and ethnic backgrounds together. But somehow, the Chad Josip Broz Tito managed to do it for 40 years in Yugoslavia. After his death, Yugoslavia was kind of like one of my family reunions. Everybody was drunk as hell, and nobody wanted to be there. On March of 1992, Bosnia held a referendum on whether or not they should secede from Yugoslavia. The referendum was boycotted by Bosnian Serbs, and on March 3rd, Bosnia declared its independence.
With most ethnic Serbs boycotting the referendum, it was left to the majority of Muslims and Croats to decide on the republic's future. Western governments fear the fragmentation of Bosnia could throw the republic into a civil war.
On April 7th, George H.W. Bush, aka the one that didn't do 9/11, officially recognized Bosnia and Herzegovina as its own nation. That same day, the Serbs who refused to participate in the referendum declared their own independent state, the Republic of Srpska. Radovan Karadzic was made president. And can I just say, if you showed me this guy's picture and I had no idea who he was, I would immediately assume he's a war criminal. He has like that phenotypical war criminal look. I don't know how to explain it. With full support from Serbia's president, Karadzic went on a bit of a ethnic cleansing. After a lot of infighting between the Bosnians, Serbians, and Croatians, Karadzic declared war on Bosnia on the grounds of self-determination for the Serbian minority. But really what he was trying to do was just get rid of all the Bosnians. This culminated in the Srebrenica massacre, where at least 7,000 Bosnians were murdered by Serb forces.
The massacre at Srebrenica, July 11th, 1995, more than 3 years into this brutal war. It was meant to be a UN-protected zone for Muslims. When Mladic's forces overran UN positions and invaded the tiny enclave, they handed out candy, and General Mladic promised the townspeople they would be safe. Of course, they were not. His soldiers slaughtered more than 7,000 Muslim men and boys who tried to flee.
Now, this isn't to say that this was all one-sided. The Bosnians and Croats were also committing atrocities of their own against the Serbs, but Serbians are just really good at war crimes, and they were being funded by Serbia, which had a lot of resources. That's how they were able to siege Bosnia's capital of Sarajevo. For almost 4 years, the Republic of Srpska blockaded Sarajevo, depriving it of food, water, gas, and electricity, which killed thousands of people over the course of the siege.
Despite their military might, Serb forces were unable to capture Sarajevo outright. And so they encircled it, shelling and continuously weakening the exposed city from its surrounding mountains.
Jesus Christ.
At this point, NATO finally decided to get off their fat asses and do something about this, so they started bombing the shit out of Serb forces. Serbia's president Milosevic withdrew support for the Bosnian Serbs, and a peace deal was brokered between the Croats, Bosnians, and Serbs. Karadzic knew it was over. Before the ink even dried, he went on the run. And I will let you guess what he did next. Did he A. flee to Russia, B. become a New Age self-help guru, C. get asylum in Iraq and become an advisor to Saddam Hussein, or D. flee to Israel and work for the Mossad? If you guessed B, you are correct. Karadzic became Dr. Dragan Dabic, an expert of alternate medicine. He even had a website complete with a whole fake backstory. Now this gets absolutely insane. This man had his own clinic where he claimed he could treat diseases from diabetes to autism with a technique known as human quantum energy. This is a quote from his website. Human quantum energy is that spectrum of universal energy which permeates all of our cells.
How'd that work?
At the same time, this energy can correct all our aberrations, deviations, and disturbances, both in functioning and in physical structure. Whatever the hell that means. One of the things he claimed he could do, and I am not making this up, was rejuvenate the sperm of infertile men by placing his hands near their balls. God damn, why didn't I think of that? I don't want to linger on this too much, but it's just so insane to me. This is like if you found out the Liver King committed genocide. You know, now that I think about it, he does bear a striking resemblance to Yugoslav war criminal Brijano Slavjanovic. Somebody should look into this. Anyways, Dr. Dabic became kind of a minor celebrity in Belgrade. He was running his own clinic, writing books, and even appearing on television, while at the same time being literally the most wanted man on the planet with a $5 million bounty on his head. He evaded capture for over a decade until his cover was finally blown in 2008, and he was taken to The Hague to be tried for war crimes. His trial at the International Criminal Court went on for years, and eventually he was found guilty of genocide and sentenced to 40 years in prison. In 2019, he tried to appeal his conviction to get a reduced sentence. They gave him life in prison instead. See? It all worked out in the end.
Why would they not just kill him?
Romania, home of vampires, sex traffickers, and this guy, Nicolae Ceausescu. I think I pronounced that right. He was the leader of the Socialist Republic of Romania for 22 years before he was shot in the face on live television. Ceausescu's reign of terror was marked by extreme...
Wait, hold on.
He was the...
Fuck's my phone. What the fuck?
And this guy, Nicolae...
Give me a second. I think I have my phone in the bathroom. Ow. Okay, I did it. Nice. Now I just lost that stupid ass shit. Shit! Ow! Oh, that really hurt. Ah! Fix your fucking mic.
Ceausescu. I think I pronounced that right. He was the leader of the
You
Socialist
think I wear a
Republic
shirt?
of Romania for 22 years before he was shot in the face on live television. Ceausescu's reign of terror was marked by extreme opulence and extreme paranoia. And it was both of these things that would eventually do him in. Surprisingly, the first few years of Ceausescu's presidency was pretty popular. Not only was the economy doing well under him, but Ceausescu also stood up to the Soviet Union and emphasized Romania's independence from Moscow by refusing to participate in the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia. This was huge, and it made him very popular in the West. At one point, he was even knighted by the Queen of Elizabeth herself. So, in the 60s, Romanian citizens enjoyed a certain degree of freedom that wasn't afforded to a lot of other communist countries. If Ceausescu would have died in 1971,
Scruffin?
he would have gone down in history as one of the few good communist leaders. Right up there with the GOAT, Josip Broz Tito. But unfortunately, he did not die, and Romania would go downhill faster than me running away from child support payments. And it was all because of this guy, Kim Il-sung, grandfather of my...
I'm literally doing nothing. Hold on. Not doing anything, you just bitching and complaining for nothing.
Majin Buu lookalike and current North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un. You see, Kim was hoping that Ceausescu could use his relationship with the
I'm not
West
touching
to be a
it.
sort of liaison between North Korea and the Western world, which would open up new economic opportunities for the Kim regime, which is absolutely insane to think of today. In anticipation for Ceausescu's visit, Kim went balls to the wall. Upon arriving in
Matter of
Pyongyang,
fact,
Ceausescu was greeted by millions of Koreans.
hold on. Hello, test 1 2 3. Okay, I kind of hear it. Let me figure out why the fuck that's happening. Bluetooth and devices. Oh, that's why. What the fuck? Yeah, no wonder. Is it good now? What was it? For some reason, the stupid fucking headset decided it was gonna connect to voice mod. Let me uninstall this stupid fucking app. I'm gonna just uninstall this stupid app. Are you sure you want to remove voice mod? Yes. Because my brother was trying to play, but we sound alike. No, no. Don't send me no fucking website, voice mod. I don't fucking care. There we go. My fault.
An intricately choreographed song and dance in his honor. Kim had forced pretty much the entire population of Pyongyang to drop whatever they were doing and practice day and night for this dystopian shitfest.
See, we would never have any of these issues if a lot of motherfuckers on Twitch didn't bitch and complain about me using my Blue Yeti. Here we are. I even still have it. Yeah, I do. Well, yeah. Hello? Matter of fact, there. Never mind, I was gonna try to do my Blue Yeti, but this bit says I gotta restart my PC and I'm not doing that.
Ceausescu remarked about his visit to Pyongyang, saying, quote, "That shit was based as hell. The people of Korea treated Kim Il-sung like a god, and Ceausescu wanted that for himself. So he started implementing a cult of personality and turned Romania into his own version of North Korea. Unfortunately, this meant stripping the entire Romanian population of any freedoms they had and isolating them from the rest of the world. Western goods were banned, and travel outside of the country was restricted.
It says you have to restart it to finish setting up the device or whatever. Oh. Don't matter to me.
Edging, and jelking were also completely outlawed. But the worst part of it was the Securitate, Romania's brutal secret police force.
The Securitate. These were the men who had arrested and tortured and killed Romanians, spying on them, tapping their phones, bugging their workplaces.
They effectively turned Romania into 1984 IRL. You couldn't breathe anything bad about the leader without getting imprisoned or whacked. To distract people from their horrible lives, the genius of the Carpathians, as he now called himself, started spending shitloads of money on these insane building projects like this $10 billion marble palace, which he destroyed 30,000 homes to build. Now, I've actually been here and it's pretty cool. It's also a massive waste of money that only served to stroke Ceausescu's enormous ego. But the real interesting part wasn't the buildings themselves, but what was under them. He had an elaborate system of underground tunnels that he could use to escape the capital in case of an emergency. As Ceausescu's country was deteriorating, so was his mind. As he got older, his paranoia got exponentially worse, to the point where he would burn his suits after wearing them because he was scared someone would poison them. All of his food was tested by chemists before he ate it, and whenever he traveled abroad, he refused to eat any food that was offered to him. But here's the thing, Ceausescu was so focused on not getting poisoned that he completely overlooked the possibility of getting shot in the face, which is exactly what would happen. On December 17th, a series of protests and riots broke out in the city of Timișoara. At the time, Ceausescu was in Iran, presumably sucking off the Shah in exchange for some of that sweet, sweet crude. His wife Elena tried to drown out the protests by sending in a bunch of
Yeah, R.I.P. the GOAT. I don't know what he did, but
communist workers, but that failed miserably when they ended up joining the protests themselves. When nothing else worked, the military was sent in to crack down on the protests Tiananmen Square style. Hundreds of people were brutally murdered in the street. When Ceausescu got back from Iran, he gave a speech in Bucharest denouncing the troublemakers in Timișoara. Halfway through his speech, people in the back started getting a little rowdy.
Manifestări populare din București, considerând aceasta ca o
The few rowdy people in the back of the crowd quickly snowballed into a full-blown revolution, with tens of thousands of people clashing with military and secret police. After a few hours of this, Ceausescu saw the writing on the wall. He knew he was cooked, so he decided to escape the capital and regroup. Now, he had two options. Option A, escape via the secret tunnels that he had built for this exact scenario. Or B, fly a helicopter in broad daylight. The genius chose option B.
Helicopter, helicopter.
By this point, the military had completely turned on Ceausescu and warned him that they would shoot down his helicopter if he didn't land immediately. 2 days later, on Christmas Day, him and his wife were put on trial for genocide. The trial only lasted 2 hours because the verdict had already been decided before it even started. Guilty. Afterwards, Nikolai and his wife Elena were taken behind the courthouse and promptly shot in the face on live television. Now, obviously, I can't show you guys Ceausescu getting shot on YouTube, but here's a clip that I think kind of captured how most people were feeling immediately after his execution.
The Ceausescu's have been found guilty and executed. What was your reaction?
Damn.
I was happy about it.
To add insult to injury, the Queen revoked his knighthood. Now,
Dude. No. That's so important, though.
a lot of people shed tears when Ceausescu passed away, but most of them were tears of joy. But one man in particular, who called Ceausescu his brother, would be genuinely upset, and that man was Muammar Gaddafi, also known as brotherly leader of the Great Socialist People's Libyan Arab Brotherhood. Colonel Gaddafi took control of Libya from King Idris via a military coup. His political ideology is kind of like a mix.
Yo, 6ix9ine tweeted, and there's NFT bros under it. Guy says, I'll do you a course, bro. 10K a month. I'll teach you how to buy hashtag Miggles and hold. That's all you need in this game right now. Holy shit. If I pay him 10K a month, he could teach me how to hold Miggles.
Of
Yeah, for sure.
socialism and Arab nationalism with a bunch of other shit sprinkled in. Okay, I have to say something. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit biased towards Gaddafi. When I was growing up, let's just say he was very popular in my household, and we may have had a picture of him hanging above the fireplace. But I'm a man of integrity. After all, I do have a journalism degree from DeVry University, so I'm gonna be as objective as possible. No matter how you feel, Gaddafi was objectively one of the weirdest mother suckers to ever lead a country. Let's start with his obsession with George Bush's Secretary of State, Condoleezza Rice. After Rice's visit to Libya in 2007, Gaddafi said in an interview, and I quote, "Lisa, Lisa, Lisa. I love her very much." After Gaddafi's assassination, a scrapbook was found in his bedroom with a bunch of pictures of Condoleezza.
That going through the personal effects of Muammar Gaddafi, we're told there was found some type of a photo album with many pictures of former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice.
Oh. That bitch is ugly.
And you know what? I get it. Rice wrote about her interactions with the colonel in her memoir. Colonel Gaddafi insisted that I join him for dinner in his private kitchen. At the end of dinner, he told me that he made a videotape for me. Uh-oh, I thought, what's this gonna be? It was a quite innocent collection of photos of me with world leaders set to the tune of a song called Black Flower in the White House, written for me by a Libyan composer. It was weird. But listen, this is not surprising because let's just say Gaddafi had a way with women. One time he flew out 200 models from Italy to his palace and proceeded to try and convert them to Islam. Listen, I'm
Yo. Yeah, he might be based.
not even Muslim, but I can't deny that that's based. He did this on at least 3 separate occasions, by the way. And he also had an all-female security detail who he called his Amazonian guard. You know, I gotta say, for a Middle Eastern dictator, this dude was weirdly progressive. Well, when he wasn't murdering his political dissidents, of course. But Gaddafi's quirkiness wasn't reserved to just women. In 1986, ECD Osterlohn, a German hockey team, was on the brink of bankruptcy. Its owner, Heinz Weifenbach, owed $3 million in taxes, and he was desperate to keep his team afloat. So he started reaching out to banks, financiers, friends, relatives, but nobody would help him out, except for one guy. I don't know how he came into contact with Gaddafi, but he actually agreed to give him some money on one condition. The team had to advertise Gaddafi's new book on their jersey. And they actually did. I would pay unspeakable amounts of money to get my hands on that jersey. This dude really threw his money around. Beyonce, Mariah Carey, 50 Cent, Usher, these were just a few of the
I must have heard that wrong. I know damn well I did not hear that man say Usher like that. Sure. He did that on purpose. Matter of fact.
had to advertise Gaddafi's new book on their jersey. And they actually did. I would pay unspeakable amounts of money to get my hands on that jersey. This dude really threw his
Gaddafi.
money around. Beyonce, Mariah Carey, 50 Cent, Usher, these were just a few of the people who accepted money to perform for the Gaddafi family. When this was exposed by WikiLeaks, all of these people got a sudden sense of regret and
I'm gonna be honest. Those private shows, a lot of money. Hold on. Beyonce private concert. Yeah, she did on January 21st, 2023, Beyonce did a private concert in Dubai. And they paid her like $30 million for it. So yeah, I'd be a liar to say I wouldn't also go over there, take that money.
remorse and decided to donate all of their blood money to charity. After taking a tax write-off, of course. It's funny how that works. Now, everything I mentioned up to this point was just personal stuff. His foreign policy was, I think the best way to describe it is schizophrenic.
Wait, no, my bad. 24 million for only an hour of performing. An hour for 24 million.
At the beginning of his rule, Gaddafi wanted all of the Arab states to join together into one nation. But later on, he changed his mind and started publicly shit-talking all of the other Arab leaders and even went to war with some of them. He was also staunchly anti-Israel at one point and expelled Libya's entire Jewish population. A few years later, he called the Palestinians idiots and
I really hope you're trolling me right now. Please, on everything I love, Dark, please say you're trolling me now. Actually, I know you're not. Farted. I said 24 mil for 1 hour of performing, and your stupid ass said, sheesh, that's 12 mil an hour. You're fucking retarded. See, I knew you weren't trolling. Yeah, okay. Now you're trying to make yourself not look retarded.
expelled them all too. And then he advocated for a single state called Israel. There's a whole bunch of other examples, but I think you get the idea. I'm just gonna quickly speedrun to the end. In 2011, protests broke out in Libya over government corruption and high unemployment. Gaddafi responded by killing hundreds of protesters.
His government insists Libya is under attack from a small group of terrorists. It was anything but safe for anti-Gaddafi protesters who had called for a Friday of liberation through text messages. After Friday prayers, witnesses reported militiamen opening fire from rooftops to keep people from gathering.
Soon, a straight-up civil war broke out, and the US and NATO took the side of the
Is that bad? Mom, is that it? Matter of fact, we're doing this. Is that better? Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I didn't do anything. That's why I'm confused. audio. Trying to find the thing where you can apply. Let me see this. Mic filters. Hello? At this point, I'm just starting to believe that your headset's fucking up, mobbed, and you're just trying to gaslight me. I do have noise suppression on it. That's the part. That's the issue. Hold on, let me do this. This is best I can do.
The rebels and started calling in airstrikes on the Libyan army. Eventually, the rebels captured Gaddafi and stabbed him in the ass on camera. And then we got this absolute gem.
We came, we saw, he died.
Now, another weird thing about Gaddafi was his friend circle. I already mentioned that Nicolae Ceausescu was one of his best friends, but his other best friend was none other than the King of Scotland himself. Idi Amin Dada's nicknames included the Butcher of Uganda and Black Hitler.
Is it true that you said Hitler didn't kill enough Jews during the war?
That should give you an idea.
I know he's the regional tournament winner for Smash Bros with that haircut.
Of just how bad this guy was. Before becoming a ruthless dictator, Idi Amin was a soldier in the British Army, and before that, he was a heavyweight champion boxer. Which makes a lot of sense because this guy made so many out-of-pocket decisions that it can only be the result of getting hit in the head repeatedly for years. Well, that and a severe case of syphilis, which we'll get to later. One day, out of nowhere, he expelled Uganda's entire Asian population because apparently God came to him in a dream and told him to do it. And believe me when I tell you, the Asians, they were the lucky ones. Amin's regime executed and tortured hundreds of thousands of Ugandans. This man had an entire torture chamber in the middle of the jungle that he would use to do unspeakable things to the people he didn't like. And that was a lot of people. He was also rumored to be a cannibal who kept the severed heads of his enemies in a freezer. Idi Amin Dada, or like Idi Amin Doodoo. Look, I don't want to be crass or anything, but this guy was a real son of a bitch. Despite all the truly disturbing things Idi Amin did, his reputation abroad was that of a funny, fat weirdo. And to be fair, he did do a lot of wacky things to get that reputation. Like when Idi randomly declared that he had conquered the British Empire and gave himself the official title, His Excellency President for Life, Field Marshal Alhaji Dr. Idi Amin Dada, VC, DSO, MC, Lord of all the beasts of the earth and fishes of the seas, and conqueror of the British Empire in Africa in general, and Uganda in particular. He also claimed to be the rightful king of Scotland and started rocking a kilt during public appearances. Now, despite the fact that he looked like an evil version of Mr. Popo from Dragon Ball Z,
Okay. Okay, big dog. That's just racist as hell. Okay. That's just racist as fuck. What the fuck? That's not even a compare. That's just racist.
Amin had a way with the ladies. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. This guy did a lot of back shots. He had 7 wives and countless mistresses. And his coitus addiction went back way before he was president. During his time in the army, he was actually charged for refusing to treat his syphilis, which most likely contributed to his insanity. A doctor who worked with Amin was once quoted as saying, "It's no secret that Amin is suffering from the advanced stages of syphilis, which has caused brain damage." And STDs weren't the only thing Edie was bringing home. He spawned anywhere between 40 to 60 children, probably in an attempt to replace all the people he killed with his own offspring. Because the one thing this man did more than ejaculating was exterminating. By the end of his reign, it's estimated that Amin had killed up to 500,000 Ugandans, mostly from the Acholi and Longo ethnic groups. Luckily, his end of terror would come to an end in 1979. For some reason, his syphilis-addled brain decided to invade Tanzania, and he got his shit rocked so hard that in a desperate attempt to end the war, he challenged Tanzania's president to a boxing match, which he refused. It didn't take long for the Tanzanian army to capture Uganda's capital of Kampala. Amin was forced to flee to Libya, where he lived with his bestie, Colonel Gaddafi, before being taken in by the Saudi royal family. Amin would live a long and peaceful life in Saudi Arabia before the syphilis finally finished the job at 82 years old. RIP, I guess. Anyways, now that we got Black Hitler, let's go to Hispanic Hitler.
Oh! Japhet, the leader.
A former gangster turned military commander, Rafael Trujillo, won the presidency in the Dominican Republic in 1930. He was so popular that he won an almost impossible 99% of the vote. And even more impressively, he got more votes than voters. After a hurricane destroyed the Dominican capital of Santo Domingo, he rebuilt the city in his image. Literally, he named it Trujillo City and named most of the roads and buildings after himself, which confused the absolute shit out of the local taxi drivers. But cab drivers were far from the only ones who suffered from Trujillo's insanity. He would later massacre Haitians on the DR's western border, and it's estimated that 30,000 Haitians were brutally murdered by Trujillo in an event known as the Parsley Massacre, which is weird because he was actually half Haitian himself, but hey, you can't rock a Hitler mustache and not commit genocide. Trujillo was largely able to get away with his horrible atrocities because he was supported by the United States. Back in those days, the USNA would back basically any horrible genocidal maniac as long as they weren't communist. All of that would change on June 24th, 1960, 30 years after he took power, when Trujillo attempted to assassinate the president of Venezuela, Romulo Betancourt. This was a really bad look for Trujillo, so the United States pulled all of their support for his regime. Less than a year later, Trujillo would be involved in yet another assassination attempt. Except this time, he would be on the other side of it. In May 1961, Trujillo's car was ambushed by armed men who proceeded to shoot him full of holes. Lots and lots of holes. With guns that were supplied by, and stop me if you've heard this before, the CIA. Now, Trujillo, he might seem crazy, but right across the border from the Dominican Republic was a man who was much more psychotic. As of 2024, Haiti is basically a failed state. Its president was assassinated, and now the government is barely functional, and violent street gangs have basically taken over the entire country. Or, to put a more positive spin on it, it's a libertarian paradise with little government interference, no taxes, and a thriving entrepreneurial sector. Now, Haiti is no stranger to social unrest. Back in 1820, Haiti was liberated from France in one of the world's only successful slave revolts. Since then, every leader they've had has either been overthrown, assassinated, or become a dictator. And by far, the worst and most psychotic dictator they've ever had is Francois Papa Doc Duvalier. He got his nickname Papa Doc from his days working as a doctor and treating poor people in rural Haiti. But at some point, he decided that saving people's lives just wasn't fulfilling, and that the real joy was in ending them. In 1957, he ran for president on a platform of good old-fashioned race baiting. You see, since its independence, Haiti had been mostly controlled by a small group of mulattoes who were descended from the white colonists, and they made up less than 10% of the population. Doc promised that if he was elected, he would remove all mulattoes from power, and it worked. Like, really well. Like, he won by a landslide, which just goes to show racism. It works. Probably gonna cut that out. Now, I think it goes without saying that the mulattoes were not happy about this, and less than a year into Duvalier's presidency, one of them, along with some American mercenaries, of course, attempted a coup. It failed, but from that point on, Duvalier became extremely paranoid that he would get overthrown. So, he fired all his generals and formed a paramilitary group called the Tonton Makui, which was named after a Haitian monster that kidnapped and ate children. And this was an extremely fitting name because these mother suckers were brutal. First of all, there was no chain of command, and they only answered to Papa Doc. So they could basically do whatever they wanted with impunity. They could imprison, torture, and whack anybody who was critical of Papa Doc. And of
I
course,
would be
they also
scared as
committed
shit
a
of
bunch
those masks.
extracurricular murders and rapes that nobody could do anything about because they were above the law. He also had an all-female version called the Tonton Makuchi. Okay, I did not write that. I got this new writer and he's like really weird. It's estimated that the Tonton Makui whacked up to 60,000 people. If that isn't scary enough on its own, Duvalier actually claimed that the Tontons were zombies.
Jack, ignore this question because you're Australian and y'all never have fun products. Jack and Mobbed, I want to know your thoughts. Coca-Cola and Oreo are coming together. They're making a Oreo flavored Coke Zero and a Coke flavored cookie. What y'all think?
Raised from the dead with voodoo magic. Now you may be thinking to yourself, that's ridiculous. How could anybody possibly believe that? Well, Duvalier purposely kept his people uneducated so that they would be easier to manipulate. He expelled all of Haiti's intellectuals, and during his reign, 90% of the population was illiterate.
What do y'all think? Actually, no. That actually the soda part sounds dumb. Why the fuck would you make... Oh, I know that shit's gonna give you a stomach ache like never before. What do you mean? Why would they make a Oreo? Why would they make a soda Oreo flavored, but the zero sugar one? See, I love Coke Zero. Coke Zero is the best soda out there. Right behind Dr. Pepper Zero. But why would you get the soda that has zero sugar in it and make it Oreo flavored? Why would you not just do the regular Coke? I guess because there is too much sugar, probably. But did you hear what I said, Mobbed? Coca-Cola and Oreos are coming together. They're making a Oreo flavored Coke Zero and Coca-Cola flavored Oreos. But see, I don't understand why they would make an Oreo flavored drink of the drink that has zero sugar. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly, Jack. That's a creamless. It won't be creamless after I'm done. But yeah, that's basically just a creamless Oreo. Like, the concept, I'm always down for these crazy concepts. Because it's always funny to taste them and give an opinion about it. Because I'll be honest, I'll be the first one to say, that Peeps soda, hold on. Let me see. I don't remember, no. Yeah, Peeps Pepsi. That shit was kind of banging. I can't lie. That shit was kind of really good. It was really good. I thought it was gonna be bad, but it was really good. I don't know how I'm gonna feel about, you know, the Coke Zero Oreo flavor. Cause see, my thing is, I don't drink sodas that have sugar or anything in it. I'm actually not drinking soda anymore in general. But I don't like sugary sodas because they make me feel like shit. Because I didn't even drink soda for 6 years. Because I heard about how much happier it makes you, your skin clear, all that. That shit did not happen. Let me tell you that right now. That shit did not happen. It actually made me more depressed. Because I'm like, damn, I could go for a soda right now. Because clearly sodas are unhealthy. And me, I'm a healthy person. So I was drinking Rain and Bang Energies. Cause see, I'm smart.
The only thing on TV was propaganda, and weirdly enough, the French dub of Franklin the Turtle.
Est-ce que tu as utilisé la voiture ce matin pour aller faire les courses?
Just when I thought this man couldn't get any more evil, he outdoes himself. Despite being highly educated and having a background in medicine, Duvalier was also a big practitioner of voodoo, and he used it to his advantage in office. He had completely convinced the Haitian people that he was the physical incarnation of Baron Samedi, the voodoo god of death, and that he could communicate with the dead and see the future. Later on, he would also claim that Jesus personally chose him to be president, and he even made his own version of the Lord's Prayer, which I'm not gonna read because I'm pretty sure that's blasphemous. Okay, so what about his foreign policy? Well, at some point, Duvalier decided to try and cozy up with the United States, and he decided to do this by becoming a rabid anti-communist. Communist activities, no matter what their form, are hereby declared crimes against the security of the state. Communists shall receive the death penalty, and their goods and property shall be confiscated and sold for the benefit of the state. This must have been bittersweet for the communists, because on one hand they got murdered. On the other hand, their wealth was redistributed by the state. In 1959, Papa Doc suffered a serious heart attack that put him out of commission for a few months. In the meantime, he put his right-hand man, Clément Barbeau, in charge of the country. But once Duvalier started feeling better, he started to notice that Barbeau was a little too comfortable with being in control. So he immediately had him thrown in prison for over a year. And it turns out that being thrown in jail and tortured for months on end by someone you thought was your friend can really mess with your mind. Trust me, I've been there. My Uncle Ruben locked me in a basement for 8 months and I was not happy. Barbeau wanted revenge. So once he was released, he cooked up a plan. He would kidnap Papa Doc's children and would only release them on the condition that Duvalier steps down and leaves the country forever. But his plot failed and he was forced to go on the run. Duvalier ordered the Tonton McCoys to pause their rapid murder spree so that they could hunt down Barbe and his co-conspirators. Now up to this point, Papa Doc was already mentally unstable, but the heart attack killed the remaining part of his brain that kept him slightly sane. This man believed that Barbeau had transformed himself into a black dog, so he ordered that every black dog in the entire country be killed. When Duvalier finally kicked the bucket in 1971, he passed the presidency on to his son, known as Baby Doc, which I'm surprised is not a rapper.
That is one letter away from being the worst nickname. I guarantee he probably got that during his reign of terror. People just called him Baby, or Baby Dick.
Continued his father's reign of terror until 1982 when he was deposed. Now, Duvalier isn't the only person in this video who claims to have personally spoken with Jesus. Hong Xiuqin was a Chinese peasant turned dictator who was also the brother of Jesus Christ, at least according to him. In 1850, he started the Taiping Rebellion, which is to this day the bloodiest civil war in history, claiming between 20 to 50 million lives over the course of 14 years. Just to put things into perspective, the American Civil War, which was going on at the same time, by the way, only had about 1 to 2 million deaths. Hong was born to a poor peasant family, but since he was a kid, he had a dream of becoming a government bureaucrat, which back then was like pretty much the best job you could get. But there was a problem. He kept failing his civil service exams. Not because he was dumb or anything, but less than 1% of people actually passed. Despite this, Hong kept trying and trying and trying, but fell just short every time. Eventually, his failures started to get the best of him and he fell into a deep depression, so bad that he couldn't leave his bed for weeks. It was around this time that he started getting these weird visions of two men with golden beards, one claiming to be his father and the other his brother. The father told Hong that the world was overrun by demons, and it was his duty to destroy them and bring peace to the land. Hong didn't know what to make of these visions until one day it finally clicked.
Funny enough, I tried to. Initially, when I lost 110 pounds, I was going to go to the Air Force. I even applied, got it, and was on the track to fully enlisting. But then I got addicted to a substance called pussy, because I had never had so much being given to me in my life, and that led to me becoming a cokehead, and then that led me to be an alcoholic. And now I'm fat. I can say though, I am, from when I got banned on Twitch, I am now 30 pounds lighter.
Hong was handed a pamphlet on Christianity by a Chinese missionary, and when he read it, everything started to make sense. The father in his visions was none other than God the Father, and his brother was Jesus Christ. The demons he was meant to defeat was the Qing dynasty itself. Hong understood his mission clearly now. He had to purge China of Confucianism and convert everybody to Christianity. Well, at least his version of Christianity, where he was a prophet. So he immediately got to work. He rewrote the Bible to include himself as God's second son, and even added a third book to go along with the Old and New Testaments. Within a few short months, he had gained tens of thousands of new followers to his religion, and it was growing so fast that he started attracting the attention of the government. On January 1st, 1851, Qing soldiers attacked the city of Jintan, which was full of Hong's followers. But the army underestimated Hong, and they got their asses spanked. 2 days later, Hong established the
Oh no, I haven't been exercising. I just don't have food to eat.
Taiping Heavenly Kingdom and declared war on the Chinese Empire. One surprisingly progressive thing Hong did was declare that women were equal to men, and he even allowed them to hold military and government positions. He also abolished private ownership of property and handed everything over to the state. But before you go on thinking this guy was some kind of enlightened Marxist progressive, he also completely separated the genders, banning men and women from even speaking to each other unless they were...
Holy shit, there's a guy on Twitter named Conscious Philosopher. He, what is it? He just posted on his Twitter a picture of Hitler with the text, "The world owes him an apology." And he got a community note on it. The community note says, "No, we fucking don't."
were married, which wouldn't be a problem for me because I already can't talk to women. Anybody who couldn't recite the 10 Commandments would be executed, and here's my favorite law. He banned sex, even among married couples, except of course for himself because he had a whole harem full of concubines. Despite his quirky new policies, converts from all over China flocked to join the Heavenly Kingdom, and they were absolutely destroying the Qing Empire. By 1852, Hong's kingdom had grown to twice the size of Great Britain, and they even captured the extremely important city of Nanjing, which became their new capital. Now, one of the reasons Hong was so successful, other than being backed by God, of course, was that the Emperor of China was also fighting 3 other rebellions and a war with the British at the same time. By the time Nanjing was captured, Hong was too busy doing backshots on his harem to actually rule his empire, so he appointed 4 generals to run everything for him. And it was working pretty well for a while, until Hong started getting paranoid. Too much coochie will do that. He had 2 of his generals killed because he thought they were conspiring against him. Not only was there chaos within the leadership, but the British and French also decided to get involved. England and France thought that the Taiping Rebellion was threatening their interest in China, so they decided to help the Qing dynasty put down the rebellion once and for all. The Heavenly Kingdom didn't stand a chance. By the time the combined British, French, and Qing armies reached Nanjing, Hong had completely lost his mind. As the city's food supply was running low, Hong claimed that God had sent down manna from heaven to feed his people, just like in the book of Exodus. To prove this, he started eating random weeds around the city. And then he died. Because he was eating random weeds around the city. I mean, it's not that surprising. Eventually, the Qing army forced their way into the city and slaughtered 100,000 of Hong's followers, finally bringing an end to the bloody 14-year conflict. Honestly, I don't really have a good segue to this next guy, so let's just move on. Francisco Nguema is one of the lesser-known African dictators, but as you will find out, he is the most psychotic of them all. I actually learned about this guy when I was doing a history class at DeVry, where they teach you real history, none of that gay liberal nonsense. Nguema was born the son of a witch doctor who allegedly sacrificed his younger brother. After both of his parents passed away, Francisco was taken in by a family of Spaniards and he was enrolled in Catholic school, where he struggled so much that it would leave him with a lifelong hatred of education. Since Nguema was basically an idiot, it only made sense for him to go into politics. In 1968, he won Equatorial Guinea's first presidential election. One of the first moves he made as president was to wage an all-out war on intellectuals. He declared himself the Grand Master of Science, Education, and Culture and launched a full-on purge. He killed or exiled all the educated people in the country and banned use of the word intellectual. At one point, he just said "F it" and ordered the murders of anyone who wore glasses, which, as a spectacled person myself, who happens to hold multiple degrees, by the way, I find this incredibly offensive.
Yeah, kill all the sight retarded.
And scary. And let me tell you, this dude got creative with his executions. One time, he had 36 of his so-called dissidents dig ditches, and then they were buried up to their necks where they were eaten alive by fire ants over the course of days. So, I think from all this, it should be pretty clear that this guy was severely mentally unstable, and his brain only got more cooked from his heavy drug use. His drug of choice was called Iboga, a hallucinogen which is known to cause mental problems.
Oh, good news, everyone. Trump has severe PTSD from the incident where he got shot at. So now everybody keeps using it as a way to make him president, and he's just losing his fucking mind. I don't care, that's funny as fuck. Because it's true, like, imagine a moment where somebody tried to end your life, right? Like, the biggest moment of you almost dying, and then you go to, then your campaign makes you do a stream with Aiden Ross, and he gives you a card with your face on it with the moment that you almost got shot to death. Because they're saying he regrets doing that photo like he did, because yeah, of course he should. That was retarded. Why would you do that? Now everywhere you go, people are going to be posting and putting up pictures of you in the worst moment of your life.
See, man, this is why I just stick to Rhino pills from the gas station. They're much...
I still have one of those, but it's years old. I was gonna use it, but that was I bought one of them and I was gonna use it with my ex-girlfriend. Then I got scared the living fuck out of myself because I'm like, what is it? I'm already drinking, I'm already doing coke. I think this might, the last thing I need is my obituary to say died taking the Rhino pill.
Safer. Despite growing up in the church, Nguema would later denounce Catholicism and declared Equatorial Guinea an atheist state. He executed a bunch of Catholic priests and declared that there is no God other than Macias Nguema. After giving up on religion, Nguema went back to his roots and started practicing witchcraft like his father. There's a famous story about this power plant in the capital city of Malabo that provided power to the entire city. Nguema told the workers to stop using lubrication oil to save money, and that he would use his magical powers to keep the plant running. Then, to nobody's surprise but his, the plant exploded, and the entire city was plunged into darkness for weeks. I know some of this stuff sounds funny, but this guy was absolutely brutal, even by dictator standards. By the end of his reign, close to a quarter of Equatorial Guinea's entire population had been taken off the census. Oh, and that's not even counting all the people that passed away from preventable diseases after Nguema replaced all of the nation's medical doctors with witch doctors. And foreigners living in the EG weren't safe either. Nguema had 20,000 Nigerian workers enslaved so they could work on cocoa plantations. And you're probably thinking, well, hey, at least they can escape by boat. Wrong, because he had every boat in the entire country destroyed. This guy was so bad that his own nephew did a coup and had him executed by firing squad. I'm assuming his last words were something like, "You can't kill me, I'm immune to bullets."
Okay, man. Almost as racist as Dark.
Now, Francisco's nephew Teodoro is by no means a good leader. In fact, he's pretty evil as well. Hey, is that Obama again? Anyways, yeah, Teodoro is a bad dude, but hey, at least he wears glasses, so I know my people are safe. Now, the next person we're going to talk about would have likely killed Francisco Nguema if the two of them ever met. Yahya Jammeh was president of the Gambia from 1996 to 2017. Oh my god! It's Obama again! What is going on here? This guy did not like
Game no. Oh. You better not say gay.
gay people. He was quoted as saying, "As far as I am concerned, LGBT can only stand for leprosy, gonorrhea, bacteria, and tuberculosis.
Yes, bitch. Yes. Amen, sis.
All of which are detrimental to human existence." Now, one good thing that Jammeh did was he actually discovered the cure for HIV. He invented this secret blend of herbs and spices and personally administered it to patients to cure their HIV and AIDS.
Do you want to tell us about your cure for HIV/AIDS? How is it faring on?
It's going on very well, and now most of the ailments like diabetes and hypertension that they say are incurable. For hypertension and asthma, it takes only 10 minutes to get resolved. That is the 10 minutes it takes you to drink the medication. You drink it only once in your life, and you are okay.
Now, despite what the international community and the citizens of his own countries would have you believe, Yahya was just trying to do best for his people. Like many countries in Africa, Gambia was struggling, and our boy Yahya figured out exactly why that was. Witches! Yahya went on a literal witch hunt to purge Gambia of sorcerers and other dark magic users who were keeping his country from prosperity.
Jammeh's band of witch doctors marauded several Gambian villages and towns in the name of witch hunting. In 2009, ex-President Jammeh issued an order to members of the security forces to kidnap and beat hundreds of Gambians he believed were sorcerers. Soldiers armed with AK-47 rifles targeted poor elderly farmers, pressurizing them to confess to murders by sorcery by forcing them to drink a hallucinogenic liquid in an exercise.
He would send out a team of witch hunters to go and round up any potential magic users and force them to drink these potions that made them hallucinate, and sometimes they would die.
Jammeh's band of witch doctors marauded several Gambian villages and towns in the name of witch hunting. In 2009, ex-President Jammeh issued an order to members of the security forces to kidnap and beat hundreds of Gambians he believed were sorcerers.
Luckily, the witch hunts would come to an end after a few years, but not before 1,000 people were already kidnapped and forced to drink that substance. In 2016, Yahya was forced to give up the presidency in the most surprising way possible. He lost an election. Yahya Gemma? More like, no Gemma.
Got him.
Who wrote this? Oh, fuck, that was me. If you guys think that this obsession with magic and superstition is something exclusive to Africa, you'd be sorely mistaken. Ne Win was the dictator of Burma, now known as Myanmar, from 1962 to 1988. When he took over, Burma was set to become one of Asia's fastest growing countries, but by the time he left office, it was one of the poorest, which is ironic considering his name is Win. This guy was one of the most incompetent leaders in modern history. And that's saying a lot considering some of the other people we've talked about. The reason he was so incompetent was because of his crippling addiction to astrology. Listen, I'm sure we all have a person in our lives who uses their astrological signs to justify their shitty behavior. But it's one thing when it's my ex-wife, and a whole nother thing when it's a dictator. Yes, I slaughtered that village full of unarmed civilians, but I'm a Leo. What can I do? Seriously, this guy was superstitious to the point of insanity, and instead of surrounding himself with political advisors, he preferred the company of astrologers, mediums, and psychics. To the detriment of his country, he would change policies on a dime based on their recommendations. Like, one day, he ordered people to start driving on the right side of the road instead of the left because a wizard told him to. This predictably caused the amount of car accidents to skyrocket. Driving on the right side of the road is objectively better than the left because fuck the UK. But you gotta ease.
Amen. Amen, brother. Amen. Amen. Driving on the right-hand side's the way to go. Amen. Amen. Hallelujah.
People
and also fuck Australians.
Into it, okay? You can't just come out and say, okay, start driving on the other side now and expect there not to be chaos. And that's not even the weirdest thing. He allegedly bathed in dolphin blood because he believed it would help him stay youthful. Which I guess must have worked because the dude lived to be like 90. Speaking of the number 9, after being told by an astrologer...
Yeah. Your child left behind if you think it's not the right. Oh yeah, I do have this. Alright, let's do a little rolling.
That the number 9 was his lucky number. Win replaced all of Burma's currency with denominations of 9, without any way to trade in the old currency for the new one. This unsurprisingly wiped out people's life savings and crashed the entire economy overnight. Eventually, the people had enough of Win's unpredictable policies, and massive protests broke out throughout all of Burma. When the protests got too big, the military started firing on the protesters, and thousands were killed. Then, in a move that surprised everybody, Ne Win stepped down. He resigned from the presidency. Burma then held free elections, and the National League for Democracy party won by a landslide. Wow, I wasn't expecting a happy ending. Oh, there's more. After the election, the army stepped in and was like,
"Not around here, partner. Not around here."
And instituted another military dictatorship. One of Win's successors, Than Shwe, had the same psychotic obsession with superstition. He moved the entire capital to the middle of the jungle with 2 days' notice.
Much of the rural community in Myanmar lives hand to mouth. With no support from the government, they rely solely on their land. Enter the new capital, and it is instantly clear where the nation's money is being spent. 8-lane highways with very few cars on them. Luxurious lakeside apartments for government employees. Hotels being built in numbers. And the Parliament building is a sight to be...
Jesus fucking Christ. See, this is why we aren't respected by other countries in the US. We aren't spending dumb amounts of money on shit. You wanna know how I knew when Australians were retarded, Jack? Y'all have a... Isn't your, Alright, I hope I'm right. Before I say some shit that makes me look more retarded. Isn't your capital Sydney? Or is that just like the biggest place in Australia? Do you live in Sydney? Oh my god. This is perfect. This is perfect. Because I've always talked about how I always have love and respect for people that have actual special needs. Because my friend Caleb's sister growing up had special needs, like extreme special needs and autism. Her name's Sydney. Not a coincidence, I don't think. I think y'all all came from the same person.
Be seen. Just 10 years ago, there was nothing here but forest and villagers.
To this day, the place is basically empty. They have freeways with no drivers, temples with no worshippers.
That shit's always confused me, though. Because I would expect if someone has special needs, they would have less chromosomes. It still confuses. Like, I get it, but it's still kind of confusing. Oh, shit, nice. It is still kind of confusing being like, somebody saying I have more chromosomes than you means you're retarded.
And stores with no customers. The only plus side is I definitely wouldn't run into my Uncle Ruben over there, so it might be worth a move. You know, the Ottoman Empire doesn't get enough credit for their contributions to the world. Like, in the early 1900s, they pulled off the greatest magic trick in human history.
Yeah, because in America we don't have to learn about irrelevant countries' capitals, because we don't care. That's why y'all have to learn U.S. history. Pussy.
They made 2 million.
All we know is that y'all lost to some fucking birds in a war. Why would we take your country seriously?
Million people disappear. Another thing they don't get credit for is having some of the most mentally unhinged rulers in human history. Like Ibrahim the First, aka Ibrahim the Mad, and his...
Oh. What's the capital of South Carolina? Exactly. How the fuck would I know the capital of Australia? Matter of fact, what's the capital of the United States? I'm not. Did you and Dark switch places? Like, he's like, man, I need a little break from being retarded in Chandler's stream. And you're like, nah, bro, you good. I'll cover your shift.
His nickname should tell you pretty much everything you need to know about this guy. Unlike most other monarchies, the position of sultan wasn't passed down from father to eldest son. Instead, when a sultan died, all of his male heirs had to compete for the throne. As you can imagine, it got pretty messy, and it usually devolved into one brother murdering the rest of his siblings. That is until Ahmed I, who decided to end this barbaric practice of fratricide. Instead, he went with the much more humane option of locking his brothers in prison under 24-hour surveillance by armed guards. This practice continued all the way up until 1908 and is kind of being implemented today in Saudi Arabia, actually. Now, spending the majority of your life locked into a room with no contact with the outside world is not great for your mental health. See Discord moderators. When Ibrahim became sultan, he was one of the most cruel and inept leaders in history. First of all, he was a complete sexual degenerate who spent 90% of his time with his harem. When he wasn't actively having coitus, he was thinking about ways to have more coitus with more women. This mother sucker had a woman whose job it was to roam the streets of Istanbul looking for virgins to kidnap and bring to the Sultan so that he could have his way with them. One of the
Yeah, that's some freaky pedophile shit. But I don't even understand that. Like, even younger guys saying it, why the fuck would you want to be with someone that's a virgin? That shit's terrible. I've been with two, like, after I've had, like, after I've already done it, I've had sex with two virgins, and they were in the top 5 worst times ever. It's just not fun.
The girls who got kidnapped happened to be the daughter of the Grand Mufti, who was the top Islamic cleric in the world. And he was not happy. Aside from his weird sexual stuff, Ibrahim was making some questionable foreign policy decisions. Like, he started a costly war with Venice for no fucking reason. He also was prone to horrible bouts of rage. When the Sultan heard a rumor that one of his concubines might have been having an affair, he had his entire harem drowned. All 280 of them. The only reason we know about this is because one of them survived and lived to tell the tale. Not even his own children were safe from his outbursts. Like, one time his 6-year-old son made a joke about him and he responded by stabbing him in the face.
Riz.
That was a real putz. After 14 years of degeneracy and chaos, the military and religious leaders of the Ottoman Empire decided that Ibrahim had to go. The Grand Mufti, whose daughter had been kidnapped and violated by the Sultan, had been conspiring to take down Ibrahim for years. And he would finally get his chance. On August 6th, 1648, a small rebel army stormed the palace. Not a single one of Ibrahim's guards tried to stop them. 10 days later, he was executed in the traditional fashion of being strangled by a silk cord. Now, as psychotic as Ibrahim was, he's only slightly more unhinged than the average Turk today. Ibrahim's level of incompetence would go unmatched for hundreds of years, until 1971. After gaining independence from Belgium in 1960, Patrice Lumumba became the Congo's first democratically elected prime minister. Now, the Congo was very strategically important to the United States because they had a big, massive, juicy uranium deposit. Actually, the atomic bombs that were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were made with Congolese uranium. Lumumba wanted to nationalize all of the Congo's resources, and the US was afraid that he was a little bit too friendly with the Soviet Union, and they didn't want all of that sweet, sweet uranium to end up in the hands of the Soviets. So, 7 months after his election, the CIA, along with Belgium, backed a coup against Lumumba that would place Colonel Joseph Mobutu in charge of the Congo. And he was much friendlier to the United States and ensured that the status quo would remain in place.
Independence came to over a dozen states peaceably, but in the Belgian Congo, freedom was followed by rioting and army mutiny.
Freedom.
Terror and disorder. Pro-Red Premier Lumumba was seized by the forces of strongman Colonel Mobutu, but the struggle for power was far from over.
Many such cases. Because he was planted on the throne by the CIA, Mobutu enjoyed a close relationship with the United States and very hefty cash injections in the form of foreign aid. During his time in office, he changed the name of the Congo to Zaire.
Oh, guys, what we getting? Okay, cool. At least we got a huge.
And I'm going to use the two names interchangeably from now on. He also changed his own name to this. I'm not even going to attempt to...
I'm gonna attempt it. I'll get called racist. That's fine. Y'all ready? Mobutu Sese Seko Kuku Nbendu Waza Bango.
To pronounce that, but it translates to the all-powerful warrior who, because of his endurance and will to win, will go from contest to contest, living fire in his wake. If that's not...
Why can't none of these dictators just be like, my new name's Steve? Okay?
Not enough to convince you of this guy's ego. Maybe this will. This is how every newscast in the Congo started during Mobutu's reign. of the things that Zaire was best known for back in the day was the Rumble in the Jungle, where Muhammad Ali had his big comeback and beat George Foreman. To this day, it is one of the most iconic sporting events of all time. It was also personally funded by Seiko himself in an attempt to distract from his horrendous human rights record. So let's talk about that record. Mobutu was a massive kleptocrat, meaning that he enriched himself at the expense of his people. Most dictators are kleptocrats, but this mother sucker took it to a whole nother level. He built an entire city for himself in the middle of the jungle, complete with 11 palaces, his own airport, a fleet of luxury cars, and a collection of cool leopard skin hats. Just a side.
So whenever the next person comes into power, do they just, like, get rid of all those palaces and places? Because they're like, we don't want to be reminded of a dictator. Or does the new guy get to have those? Because I feel like it would be best to destroy all of it, just so the next person that comes into power isn't going to be like, yep, I'm going to need some more of these palaces. And get on the same type of shit that the other person was.
Side note, this man made it illegal for anyone but him to wear a leopard skin hat. He was really gatekeeping that shit. And I do not blame him. And that's just stuff he owned inside of the Congo. I'm not even mentioning the dozens of properties he owned abroad. By 1984, it was estimated that Mobutu had a net worth of $5 billion. Meanwhile, unemployment in the Congo was skyrocketing. People couldn't afford to eat, and inflation was at an absolutely ridiculous 10,000%. Just to put things into perspective, that's a lot. Despite the poor quality of life and growing discontent inside of Zaire, Mobutu's downfall would come from the outside. One thing I have to give Mobutu credit for is that he was able to hold together a country with dozens of different ethnic groups, with relatively little tension. That is, until 1994. In neighboring Rwanda, the Hutu ethnic group murdered 500,000 members of the Tutsi group in what is now known as the Rwandan genocide. Eventually, the Tutsis were able to beat the Hutus and drive them out into the Congo, where Seiko welcomed them with open arms and let them regroup so that they could go back for round 2. When the Tutsis in the Congo started protesting, he responded by forcing them to leave the country under threat of execution. This really pissed off all of Mobutu's neighbors, and they formed a coalition and went to war with him. On October 24th,
Why are some... What the fuck is... Where the fuck's this bitch? Fuck is it? Is this her? Oh, it is. There we are.
1996, Rwanda, Uganda, Burundi, and Angola invaded Zaire to overthrow Mobutu. After a few months of fighting, Mobutu was forced to flee to Morocco, where he died in exile like a schmuck. During the reign of Enver Hoxha, Albania was the third poorest country on the planet and completely isolated from the rest of the world. This man made enemies of literally every single country on this planet, including his fellow communist nations who he considered quote-unquote revisionists. You see, Hoxha had an obsession with Joseph Stalin that bordered on mental illness. He even wrote an entire series of memoirs about his meetings with Stalin, which, seriously, I actually read through these memoirs and they're like vaguely homoerotic. When Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev denounced Stalin and suggested that perhaps systematically starving millions of people to death wasn't so based, Hoxha completely broke all ties with the Soviet Union. Years later, he would do the same thing with China. But his biggest enemy by far was the ultimate Sigma male, Josip Broz Tito. Because of his inability to make friends, Hoxha was in a constant state of fear that either the US, Soviet Union, or Yugoslavia would invade Albania. So he had over 700,000 concrete bunkers built across the nation. He also stockpiled 100,000 tons of weapons and ammunition. And to put things in perspective, That's slightly more than the weight of your mom. That's right, we're bringing back mom jokes to the Dantavius channel, ladies and gentlemen. All of this was in preparation for a war that never came, because Hoya overlooked one simple fact. Nobody gives a shit about Albania.
Shut the f up before I kill you, mother. I'm Albanian. I was there yesterday, your mom. After that, your sister. Shut the f up.
Hoya's paranoia didn't only extend to foreign nations, but also to people in his inner circle. Friendships with Enver Hoya gave you access to luxuries denied to the rest of the country, like food. The one.
Damn. We don't have a chance. Why are these going back down? No. Wait, no, that's good. Yay!
Drawback is that you had like a 37% chance of being murdered at any moment. Hoya's advisors and staff typically didn't last too long. He was constantly on edge that they were conspiring against him, so he had them whacked preemptively. He even had both his best friend and his brother-in-law assassinated. They joined the over 25,000 people that were murdered by Hoya's regime. Many of his victims were religious people. Hoya hated religion more than an r/atheism mod. He once stated, "The only religion in Albania is Albanianism. Anybody caught practicing any other religion would be arrested, and clergymen were straight up murdered." You know, this reminds me of a classic Albanian joke my dad used to tell me before he left the family. A priest, a rabbi, and an imam walk into a bar. They're promptly arrested by the secret police and executed for treason against the state. Yeah, Albanians aren't really known for humor. Hoya even banned beards because of their association with Islam and Orthodox Christianity. Or at least that's what he claimed. My theory is that he couldn't grow facial hair because, come on, bro. The two guys who invented communism both had fat beards. What are you talking about? Given all this, it should come as no surprise that a lot of people wanted this guy whacked. But here's the thing. Hoya never left the safety of his private compound. Anytime he made a public appearance or gave a speech, it wasn't actually him. It was his body double. Hoya's secret police kidnapped some random peasant from the countryside who kind of looked like him, and then they forced him to get plastic surgery until he was indistinguishable from Hoya. The team of surgeons who operated on him were then placed on administrative leave in the form of being driven off a cliff into the sea. The double then was forced to undergo extensive training so he could learn Hoya's mannerisms. He was forced to eat the same food and do the same hobbies as Hoya.
That's
he
fucked
even
up.
was taught how to die properly in case he got shot on camera. The worst part about all this is that he had to completely give up his old life. He wasn't allowed to talk to his wife and daughter under threat of execution. When Hoya finally died in 1985, the double went back to his home village, only to find out that his entire family had been wiped out. And the rest of his village hated him because, well, he looked exactly like the guy who had been terrorizing them for 30 years. Now, keep in mind, this double has never been found or anything, so take this story with a light sprinkling of salt. If you're from the United States, you've probably never heard of William Walker, and that's because he makes America look really, really bad. In Central America, he's basically Hitler. This man did so much damage in 2 short years, it's actually impressive. So before I get into him, I gotta talk about a secret society called the Knights of the Golden Circle. Their objective was to establish a slave-holding empire called the Golden Circle that consisted of the southern half of the United States plus most of Central America. Once they had all this land under their control, they would have a monopoly on tobacco and sugar, which would make them strong enough to fight the North and preserve slavery forever. To reach their goals, the Golden Circle started funding these people called filibusters, or in Spanish, filibuster, which is just a fancy word for pirate. These filibusters would go into Latin American countries with a small army and attempt to overthrow the government, in the hopes of one day annexing it into the United States and later the Confederacy. One of the most notorious filibusters ever was this mother sucker, William Walker, who successfully took over Nicaragua and briefly became its dictator. Now, just by looking at this guy, you would never expect him to be a brutal pirate lord. I mean, this is real life after all, not fucking One Piece. And, I mean, look at this. I could kick this guy's ass. Both cheeks. In 1854, Walker was working as a newspaper editor in San Francisco when he suddenly got the manly urge to conquer Mexico and annex it into the United States. He was supported by the Golden Circle and was actually able to take over the Baja Peninsula, but wasn't able to hold on to it for more than a few months. South of Mexico, in Nicaragua, there was a civil war between the Democrats and the Legitimists. The leader of the Democrats, Frank Castellón, heard about Walker's Mexico fiasco and thought it would be a good idea to enlist his help in taking over Nicaragua. By the way, I could totally kick this guy's ass too. Big Will agreed and sailed down with a force of 300 men and was able to quickly take over the capital of Grenada. But this ended up blowing up in Castellón's face. After capturing the capital, Walker held a fraudulent election and made himself the president. Keep in mind that this move was completely illegal and in violation of US neutrality laws. Despite that, he was recognized as the rightful ruler of Nicaragua by the President of the United States. Wow. Walker's very first action as dictator was, surprise, surprise, reinstate slavery. He also made English the official language and the dollar the official currency. Now, it should be said that Walker wasn't a particularly brilliant military leader or anything. He basically just put all his stat points into luck and ended up being the president of a country. But his luck would soon run out. Walker pissed off a lot of people, including every other country in Central America. But most importantly, he pissed off the world's richest man, Cornelius Vanderbilt. You see, at the time, there was no railroad from East Coast to West Coast, and the Panama Canal was still years and years away. So, if you wanted to get from New York to LA, you had to go through Nicaragua. And at the time, Vanderbilt controlled that route across. When Walker became president, he seized all of Vanderbilt's property for himself, which was not a smart move. Cornelius started funding a coalition of Central American countries to overthrow this freak. Eventually, the coalition, led by Costa Rica, was able to beat Walker, but not before he completely destroyed the entire city of Grenada and killed thousands of civilians by purposely causing a cholera outbreak. Big Willie was forced to go back to the US with his tail between his legs, but he was still convinced that he was the rightful ruler of Nicaragua. So he attempted to retake the country 6 more times. But he was kind of a schlemiel and he failed every attempt. On his 6th and final attempt, he was captured by the government of Honduras and executed. Now guys, if there's anything I've learned from doing hours and hours of research for this video, it's that dictator's bad. Yeah.
That is so true. Killing people's not good.
You don't have the balls to talk to me? Stop hiding behind your computer screen, you f***ing
Ina Steiner received this message on August 9th, 2019 at 2:49 p.m. 10 minutes later, she got this bizarre voicemail. Hi, Ina. Your wet specimen is ready to be delivered. You'll have to sign for it. Wet specimen? What the hell is a wet specimen? Sounds like something you leave in the toilet after eating Chipotle, she thought to herself. Ina's husband David called FedEx and asked them what a wet specimen was. Turns out it was a dead pig fetus, you know, like the kind you dissect in high school biology. As to why it was being sent to their house, they had no idea. Things only got more disturbing from there. Later that same day, a package showed up on the Steiners' porch. Ina went against her better judgment and decided to open it up. Huge mistake. As soon as she saw the contents, she let out a blood-curdling scream. Inside the box was a severed pig's face attached to a clump of human hair. Well, actually, it was just a Halloween mask from the movie Saw. Ina was relieved when she realized that, until she remembered Saw was about a psychopathic killer who kidnaps and tortures people.
Wanna play a little game?
Not even 10 minutes later, she received another message.
Do I have your attention now?
This was not an isolated incident. By the time these packages arrived, the Steiners were being terrorized for an entire month by some psychotic individuals. And the worst part about it was, they had no idea why. So who even are the Steiners in the first place? Well, for the most part, they were your typical middle-aged suburban couple, except they ran a website called E-Commerce Bytes, which tracked news and trends across e-commerce platforms like Amazon, Etsy, and eBay. They quickly built up a small but active following and gained a reputation as being one of the most trusted sources for anything e-commerce related. People really love this website. Well, I mean, not everyone, actually. Some people really hated it. Since its inception in 1999, e-commerce Bytes only had 2 employees. Ina, who wrote the articles, and David, who handled the business side of things. By all accounts, the Steiners were upstanding members.
What the fuck, Mr. Pope? The fuck is that?
Of the community, and nobody had a bad word to say about them. So why were they being targeted? Maybe they weren't as wholesome as they seemed, or maybe they just pissed off the wrong person. Let's go back to the day the harassment first started, and we'll try to put the pieces together as we go. Oh, and on a completely unrelated note, I've been watching a lot of Law & Order SVU, so that might come out in this video a little bit.
On YouTube, there are 2 types of videos. Low-quality, soulless slop that's churned out on a weekly basis with sole purposes of making as much money as possible, and based videos. This is the latter.
It's 3 a.m. The Steiners are fast asleep when suddenly they're awoken by the sound of a phone ringing. It's an unknown number, but David picks up anyways. Has this man never seen a horror movie? When he answers the phone, he's greeted by heavy breathing, followed by the person hanging up. Okay, that's a little weird, but hey, maybe it's just a wrong number.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Dark.
He thought nothing of it and went back to bed. The next morning, he went to check his mail and noticed that his fence had been vandalized. Somebody spray painted the word Phytomaster on it. What the heck was a Phytomaster? Was that the name of the vandal? Was Phytomaster the person who called?
Yo, good shit. Apparently every single person's social security number in the country just got leaked. I'm just like, who cares? Fuck it, they can have it. Where are they gonna get? Nothing? Yeah, take over my account, then you take over my debt, dumbass.
Called him in the middle of the night? Luckily, things calmed down after that. For like a month. Seemingly out of nowhere, Ines started getting a ton of aggressive DMs on Twitter from someone with the handle Tui Ilay. Things like this.
I know. What's your problem with eBay?
Over 2.7 billion records got leaked, and you think?
You know that's how we pay rent, right?
Remember this one, because it's going to be important.
Hello? What the fuck is it gonna take for you to answer me?
To be fair, it wasn't the first time she got hate messages, but it was never this bad. Still, she tried to just ignore it. Then things started getting weirder and weirder. The Steiner's email was bombarded.
Yo, yeah, Joe Biden, I found an illegal in North Carolina.
With all sorts of weird-ass subscriptions. InfoWars, Sin City Fetish Nights, the Satanic Temple, and most disturbingly, Franklin the Turtle fan club. Meanwhile, the hate messages continued to pour in.
I'm waiting. I don't like waiting. I guess I'm gonna have to get your attention another way, bitch.
This message was sent the night before the wet specimen incident, and this was only the beginning. After they got the pig mask, the Steiners would continue to receive all sorts of weird deliveries on an almost daily basis. Everything from pizzas to pornos to boxes of live cockroaches and spiders. David and Ina were so freaked out that they adopted the lifestyle of a Reddit monkey and stopped going outside completely, unless it was absolutely necessary.
Yeah, if he got you a fancy hotel, it's because you're getting fucked. Yeah, be sure you get one of those hotels. You're gonna be with Daddy Biden the whole night. You go ahead.
And on those rare occasions when they did venture out of the house, they noticed that they were being tailed by a black van. By this point, they were so traumatized that they didn't know if they were actually being followed or they were just going insane. Because every time they called the cops, the black van would disappear like it never existed. Police couldn't make heads or tails of the situation. Whoever was behind this, they were no amateurs. They were organized and they covered their tracks well. But not well enough. Eventually, Natick PD was able to get the license plate of the black van. It was rented by a woman named Veronica Zay. This must have been some kind of mistake. When you think of a stalker, it's usually somebody that looks like this, not an attractive 25-year-old woman. The police decided to question her anyways. They found out she was staying at a hotel in Boston nearby, so they called her room and her husband picked up. He said she would be down right away to chat with them, but she never came down. Instead, she got on a plane to California. Natick PD had to get the FBI involved, and it didn't take them long to track her down. Turns out, Zay worked for a company called Progressive Force Concepts, a security firm contracted by eBay. The feds flew down to San Jose to interrogate Zay, and she sang like a fucking toucan. She, along with about a dozen other eBay employees, were part of a conspiracy to harass, intimidate, and defame the Steiners. In the grand scheme of things, Zay was just a low-level grunt, but this thing went straight to the top. I'm talking the very top. Multiple C-level executives were all involved in this conspiracy. But that begs the question, what the heck did the Steiners do to deserve these months of psychological torture?
To spend 20 years, my career, reporting on e-commerce and helping small businesses to find out that the scope, meaning how many people did this to us, that within the company it was all the way up, and it was not a secret between two people.
This was basically corporate terrorism.
eBay, along with Amazon and Etsy, is one of the big three e-commerce platforms. So obviously it was a frequent topic on e-commerce bites, which, by the way, just a little side thing, this video is going to be very biased against eBay. I'm just going to come right out and say that. I fucking hate eBay, okay? I tried to buy a pair of Adidas track pants off of there once, and they sent me these. What the hell is top here sport? Like, the H in here isn't even capitalized, but every other word is capitalized. Also, they banned me in 2016 for selling bootleg Family Guy DVDs, but that's...
What?
It's neither here nor there. Anyways, in the early days, eBay had a very positive relationship with e-commerce bites. One time, Ina was even invited to eBay headquarters for a meet and greet with the executives. But all of that changed when this mother sucker, Devin Wenig, joined the company. You see, sometimes e-commerce bites would publish articles that were lightly critical of eBay and its leadership. And this man's fragile ego just could not get his balls getting busted even a little bit. As the years went on, Wenig and his fellow executives grew to hate e-commerce bites with a passion. But for the most part, they let it go because they couldn't do anything about it. That is until 2019. A group of eBay's most powerful people held a secret meeting in the C-suite to discuss the solution to the so-called Ina Steiner problem. We don't know exactly what was discussed in this meeting, but we do have some text messages from after. On April 10th, Wenig texted Steve Weimer, eBay's CCO, a link to an article titled, "eBay CEO makes 152 times that of employees." Devin was livid. Weimer texted back, "We are going to crush this lady." A couple days later, Wenig texted Weimer, "Fuck them, the journal is next, after Ina Steiner." Not exactly sure what this was in response to, but I think it has something to do with this article from the Wall Street Journal. You know, I can see why he got pissed off at this one, actually. That's highly unprofessional. By this time, eBay had an entire dedicated team of people whose only job was to monitor e-commerce bites around the clock and forward any relevant posts up the chain of command. So a question you might be asking yourself is, why all of a sudden in 2019 were these people spurting out so badly? Well, it's because of this guy, Paul Singer. In January of 2019, Singer's firm Elliott Investment Management bought a $1.3 billion stake in eBay.
So, why is this important? And why am I so close to the camera?
Well, I don't have an answer to the second question, but I do have an answer to the first. Paul Singer was your typical cutthroat evil billionaire archetype.
Billionaire activist investor Paul Singer has been called the Vulture Lord and a bloodsucker by the former Argentine president Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner. He's also been labelled a raider and a profiteer. He's feared the world over for hostile boardroom takeovers and profiting from debt-laden countries. He's so powerful, he brought Argentina to its knees and set off a chain of events that led to the impeachment of South Korea's president in 2017.
Our boy Devin Wenig was rightfully scared shitless of this guy, especially after Elliott Management released a public letter saying that eBay was underperforming. Now, this letter was essentially a thinly veiled threat telling the executives, hey, if you guys don't get your shit together, I'm going to talk to the board and get you out of here. So Wenig and his pals had to make sure that all criticism of eBay was kept to a minimum, or else they could lose their jobs. And they basically had two ways of going about this. Number one, they could do a better job and improve the company. Or number two, they could embark on a psychopathic harassment campaign to silence all their critics.
W.
They went with option two. Oh, and by the way, the Steiners weren't eBay's only ops. Phytomaster. Remember him from the spray paint? This man was basically eBay's biggest hater. He could frequently be seen in the comment section of e-commerce sites shitting on eBay and its leaders. When he wasn't doing that, he was on Twitter shitting on eBay and its leaders under his handle @UnsuckEBay. Steve Weimer in particular really hated this guy. I am utterly vexed by this. This Twitter account dominates our social narrative with his constant obsession with trolling us. There are a few people, including Ines Steiner, who have seemingly dedicated their lives to erroneously trashing us. I genuinely believe these people are acting out of malice, and anything we can do to solve it should be explored. Whatever it takes. On August 1st, Ina published another article that really rustled Devin Wenig's jimmies. It was about how he built an exact replica of this Manhattan bar called Walker's West on the eBay campus. Phytomaster tweeted out a link to Ina's article and criticized Wenig for undertaking such a big, expensive project while eBay was going through layoffs, cost reductions, and scrutiny from Elliott Management. This was the beginning of the end. Wenig gave the order, if we're ever going to take her down, now's the time. eBay's brass got together again and decided to turn things up a notch. Phytomaster had to go, but first they had to deal with Ina Steiner. But obviously these two schmucks weren't going to get their own hands dirty. That's where this guy, Jim Baugh, comes into the picture. He was eBay's head of safety and security.
Stop! You violated the law.
According to court documents, before coming to eBay, Baugh worked for the U.S. government where he, quote, engaging in various activities on the government's behalf, including conducting physical and electronic surveillance, engaging in physical trespass, and using false pretense.
What? Engage in physical trespassing? How the fuck is it that?
To gain unauthorized access to private resources. So this man was no stranger to doing some shady shit. Weimer passed on Wenig's request to take her down to our boy Jim Baugh. He also added, hatred is a sin. I am very sinful. I'm not fucking around with her anymore. I want her done. She is a biased troll who needs to get burned down. This man is
big dub,
comically evil. So this Baugh fellow was pretty much given carte blanche to do whatever he wanted. And he started by formulating the most psychotically evil scheme ever. It was simple. He would get a bunch of his goons to terrorize the Steiners until they couldn't take it anymore. Then eBay would come in and offer to help them. They would be so grateful that they would only write articles glazing eBay from that point on. He called this the White Knight strategy. And if this kind of sounds like the plot to Body of Lies, that's because it is. And he came up with this idea after watching that movie. Exactly 1 week after his conversation with Weimer, Baugh put his plan into motion. On August 8th, Baugh sent one of his henchmen out to Natick to spray paint Phytomaster on their fence. Because, according to Jim... According to Jim, what the fuck? Jim Baugh thought that Fidomaster's true identity was David Steiner. Spoiler alert, it was not. Now, the graffiti was just a little taste, a tap on the shoulder, if you will. Things would continue to ramp up from there, as we know. After the spray paint, Baugh met up with his team to brainstorm more ways that they could fuck with the Steiners. He let them know that they had complete support from the higher-ups and showed them all the messages from Steve Weimer. Some of the ideas were silly, like sending them gift boxes full of poop. Others were more serious, like planting crystal meth in their car or burning down their house.
Those are good. I think those are really normal human, reactions. Do I continue rolling on this account, or do I try to get I try to get money, actually. I'll put this bitch on the bazaar. Or not the bazaar.
But eventually, they settled somewhere in the middle of these two things, and they came up with a 5-step plan. Step 1, trolling. Baugh instructed some of his employees to create accounts that would send horrible messages to Ina Steiner on a daily basis. This was real nasty stuff.
Did they purposely make their couple name to sound like Einstein? Or am I tripping?
Fat husband David needs to be put in line after he takes.
That isn't me, by the way, okay? I don't want to hear shit. That is not me making that noise. That is the video.
The plugs out of his assholes.
What does that even mean? And like I said earlier, they also signed the Steiners up for like 100 different email lists, fetish sites, Scientology newsletters, Breitbart, vaping, fucking BuzzFeed, just a bunch of vile nonsense.
Oh, by the way, if you ever are in beef with someone, that is a good way to fuck them over, by the way, if you didn't know. It's to sign them up for, what is it? Sign them up for, fuck is it called? Church of Scientology newsletters. That's the best way to fuck someone over.
Like that. Oh, and listen to this.
And the reason is because they will not stop sending mail to that person for the rest of their lives.
One day, a man showed up to their house holding a box of condoms and a bottle of Mad Dog 2020. Turns out the trolls were making fake posts on Craigslist, claiming that the Steiners were having everything must go yard sales, or they were hosting gangbangs at their house.
I'm here for the gangbang.
I'm not joking about this at all, by the way. Mature married couples seeking singles or other couples open to explore threesomes, BDSM, or cross-dressing. 420 friendly. Please send pics/stats for more info. You know, this would be funny if it wasn't so psychotic. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it's still kind of funny, and I feel bad for thinking that. Step 2, intimidation. So we already covered that the Steiners had a pig fetus, a pig mask, and boxes of insects sent to their house.
Okay, so what's their game plan if I decide at that moment, yeah, you know what, I'm down to fuck. Come inside. Then what? What happens then?
That was just the tip of the iceberg. At one point, it got really dark. David Steiner was sent a book called How to Deal with the Death of a Spouse, which is horrendous on its own, but they also sent him a funeral wreath along with a card that said, "I'm sorry for your loss." So now they've gone beyond trolling to straight up death threats. At this point, the Steiners were in a constant state of fear because random people were constantly showing up to their house all the time for the yard sales or the gangbangs. They didn't know if it was someone that came to whack them or whack them off.
As this is going on, what's it like to be inside your house?
When it would get dark out at night, that's when I would really be terrified.
You guys started sleeping in separate rooms at one point?
What we wanted to do was to make sure that if someone did break in, that at least one of us could either call the police or escape.
David set up security cameras all over the house, but that only made them feel less safe because he kept seeing that damn black van parked right outside their street. Step 3, defamation. Another thing they did was sent the most vile, hardcore pornographic magazines to the Steiners' neighbors with their names on it. Things like Hustler, Barely Legal, Eye-Popping 18-year-olds.
That's fucked up.
And Femboy Bussy Madness. Jim Bob.
Yo, where can I buy that magazine? Yo, where's that magazine at? Yo, how do I get that magazine, yo?
Later claimed that they never even sent that last one. Either way, now all of their neighbors thought they were degenerates. Step 4, stalking. Every time David or Ina would leave the house to get groceries or run some errands, one of Ball's henchmen was following them at all times. Always in the same black van with New York plates. They wanted to make sure that David knew he was being followed. Every time they called the police, the stalkers would disappear because they were monitoring the police radar so they knew when they were coming. Step 5, White Knight. Once the Steiners were good and scared, eBay would reach out to them and offer to help. Then, when all the harassment magically went away, the Steiners would be so grateful. They would love eBay. They would only write articles about how great eBay was forever. And if that didn't work, there was a plan B.
Oh wait, I almost forgot about Fidomaster. We'll come back to plan B in a minute. So, while Ball's goons were out there terrorizing the Steiners, Jim himself was spending most of his time trying to identify Fidomaster. And he did this by catfishing him. He set up a fake Twitter account with an attractive woman as the profile picture and slid into Fidomaster's DMs. Marissa claimed that she was a disgruntled eBay employee who had video evidence of eBay executives engaging in illegal activities, and she wanted to turn the video over to Fidomaster at a secret drop point.
Ball thought that he had Fidomaster by the balls. Here's a message he sent to Steve Weimer.
Regarding the unsuck idiot, I have reason to believe he's either her husband or another close associate. I've been communicating with him every day. I told him I have an incriminating video that he needs to see. He bid on it hook, line, and sinker. I want to leave it at a hotel concierge for him. If I can get him to pick it up, his ass is mine.
God only knows what was on these tapes, but I can imagine it was CP or something else incriminating that they would use to blackmail Fidomaster. But luckily, he's no idiot and didn't fall for this, frankly, very obvious honeypot scheme. I don't know about you guys, but if an attractive woman ever messages me out of the blue, I'm immediately assuming it's a federal agent.
So his true identity was never discovered, and he was spared from the torture that the Steiners were going through. Which brings me back to Plan B, which is the most terrifying part of this whole video.
Let me guess, there's a fat person on screen, haha.
While the whole harassment campaign was going on, Devin Wenig was conveniently on sabbatical in Europe, which I'm sure is just a coincidence and definitely not a thinly veiled attempt at plausible deniability. Weimer wanted to take care of e-commerce bites before he got back from the sabbatical, but they were already running out of time. It had been 2 weeks, and the Steiners were still writing about eBay. That's when Plan B came into effect. What's Plan B? Plan B was basically ordering a hit on the Steiners. You see, Ball's employees were mostly former military or police, and they were completely loyal to him. That's why his department has been referred to in court documents as eBay's internal army. So he had these two guys, Gilbert and Cook, who were both former police captains. They reached out to a Samoan gang who they knew and paid them a couple $1,000 to fuck with the Steiners. Boss said, and I quote, "Once the Samoans are involved..."
It definitely was not on. Because the, first off, I have the shit making sure it's off, my settings, and 2, it's unplugged.
It's out of my hands. I don't know what that means, but it can't be good. That's also why they picked the name Toy Ilay as the main account that was harassing the Steiners, because it sounded Samoan. Luckily, it never came to that because soon their plan would start to fall apart. Now, not all of Ball's employees were military or law enforcement types. Some of them were just random women that got hired as security analysts. This part of Ball's team were dubbed Jim's Angels, which is kind of fucking weird, but just like my last 2 marriages, the women would ruin everything. On August 18th, David Steiner was on his way to the local magazine store when he noticed, again, he was being followed. But this time, he was able to get a picture of the car's license plate. The police were able to track down the license plate to one of Jim's angels, Veronica Zay. When the police showed up to her hotel to question her...
Okay, then back up the VOD a little bit. Take a screenshot.
Jim Baugh acted like he was her husband and did all the talking for her. He told them she would be down right away to answer all their questions. But instead, he smuggled her out of the hotel and put her on a plane back to San Jose. Huge mistake. As soon as she crossed state lines, this went from a small town mystery to a federal matter. Now the whole eBay crew knew the shit was hitting the fan and they had to go into damage control mode. Gilbert, the former police chief, called the Steiners to offer eBay support as part of the White Knight strategy. But they weren't really as receptive as he thought. As soon as he hung up the phone with the Steiners, Gilbert called Natick PD and tried to convince them that the Steiners were actually insane and this whole situation was an elaborate hoax to make eBay look bad. A couple days later, the FBI discovered that the deliveries sent to the Steiners were paid for with gift cards purchased at a Safeway in San Jose, just a few miles from eBay headquarters. These people must be stupid or something. I thought they were like master strategists, but I guess not. An investigator called the Safeway and asked for the security footage from when the gift card was purchased. Gilbert found out about this, and he tried to use his connections to the local police to give the wrong footage to the feds, but they didn't. Meanwhile, back at eBay headquarters, they were having a party, a shredding party. They were destroying documents, deleting messages, and coming up with cover stories for when the FBI inevitably came after them. As soon as the FBI probe became public, Wenig immediately denied any wrongdoing and stated, "There was no direction, no knowledge, no private understanding, no tacit approval, ever." Weimer also told the press he would, quote, "never condone or participate in any of these activities."
You sure about that?
Despite their best efforts to stonewall the investigation, everyone involved in the conspiracy was criminally charged. Well, almost everybody. Let's see what happened to our goofy cast of characters, starting with the lowest ranking employee up to the CEO himself. Veronica Zay pleaded guilty almost immediately, and she was the most cooperative with the investigation. From what I gathered, she was the most innocent of all these people. It seemed like she was kind of coerced into this whole thing by Jim Vaugh, who by all accounts was a scary dude, and his whole operation has been described as cult-like. For years, Baugh engaged in a pattern of breaking down the analysts, firing them without cause, and creating a toxic work environment. He would also show the analysts graphic videos like one of a car crash that was on fire and surrounded by severed limbs and a decapitated head. But I think the most psychotic thing of all is he insisted that his employees refer to him as Dad. That's not to excuse her actions or anything, but it seemed like she genuinely felt bad about what she did. 2 years probation. Stephanie Stockwell, another one of Jim's angels. She was basically Veronica's immediate manager, still pretty low on the totem pole. 24 months probation. Brian Gilbert, former police captain and senior manager of special operations, still awaiting sentencing as of 2024. Philip Cook, the other former police captain who worked with Gilbert, 18 months in prison followed by 3 years probation. Stephanie Pop was eBay's senior manager of global intelligence. Her role in the scheme was sending all of those psychotic and threatening messages to Ina Steiner. 13 months in prison. David Harville, eBay's director of global resiliency, he was Baugh's right-hand man. 2 years in prison, 2 years probation, and a $40,000 fine. Jim Baugh, 57 months in prison, 2 years supervised release, and a $40,000 fine. Wendy Jones, Senior Vice President of Global Operations. She was actually Jim Baugh's boss and was the highest ranking member of this whole conspiracy other than Weimer and Wenig. She was never criminally charged and continued to work for eBay until December 2020 before receiving an $11 million severance pay. Today, she's a board member at Prudential Financial. Steve Weimer is now the CEO of the Boys and Girls Clubs of Silicon Valley, which is amazing. This is definitely a man who should be working with children. The Boys and Girls Club's chairman of the board said he was aware of what happened at eBay, but believed Mr. Weimer is a leader with integrity. And I don't know, maybe this guy's going off a different definition of integrity than I am, but I don't think that's the word I would use, necessarily. Now, you might think that Devin Wenig also got off scot-free, but you'd be completely wrong. Not only was he pressured to resign from eBay, but he was also forced to accept a $57 million severance package. He currently sits on the board of Salesforce and General Motors. It's almost like when you have enough money and influence, you can get away with committing crimes.
Yeah, he ain't doing nothing wrong.
You could almost say that we live in an unfair system where the rules are different for rich and poor. Nah, that can't be right. As for eBay itself, they were found criminally liable and had to pay a hefty fine of $3 million. Plus, they had to promise to be good boys for 3 whole years. The Steiners made a public statement about all this on their website. We were targeted because we gave eBay sellers a voice and because we reported facts that top executives didn't like publicly laid bare. As of today, the Steiners have received no compensation for their permanent psychological damage, and they're currently suing eBay in criminal court, where I'm sure justice will prevail.
I thought this was gonna be a video making fun of gang stalking. I didn't realize they was actually really doing this shit to these people. Funny. Can't lie. Let's. Psycho influencers from inside prison.
A bizarre corner of the internet. A strange little nook consisting of videos and social media accounts created and operated by individuals actively serving time behind bars. Incarcerated influencers, as I like to call them, exist thanks to the prevalence of smuggled contraband cell phones.
See, this used to happen a shit ton from like 2020 to 2022 on TikTok. I used to love them videos. I'd just be scrolling the feed and immediately get hit with a video of somebody in prison. That shit was awesome.
And the stuff that they're uploading to the internet ranges from brazenly stupid to genuinely intriguing. You know, considering the confined nature of the uploaders and the covert methods that they have to use to get this stuff online. It's fascinating. From convicted killers taking to Facebook Live and issuing threats to folks on the outside, to bizarre convict blogs showcasing smuggled in Zaxby's fried chicken, all the way to masked anonymous figures showcasing prison food right here on YouTube. Some crazy stuff. Today I'd like to introduce you all to the influencers behind bars.
Good in the hood today, but that's me. Fuck this shit up. No, for real.
While most would-be influencers from behind bars tend to use Facebook Live to make their presence known online, our next subject took a more traditional approach, operating a bona fide Facebook blog of sorts and making candid statuses and videos about smuggled in fried chicken and, you know, him sharing his thoughts about fellow inmates. This is the darkly hilarious story of convicted killer Maze Mob. Maze Mob, aka Andre Bonner, was arrested in 2013 for murdering 17-year-old Jamoni Bland outside of the Zodiac Lounge in Macon, Georgia. In 2015, the man would be found guilty of felony murder, malice murder, as well as gang charges, and he was sentenced to life in prison without parole plus 20 years. Sometime in September of 2018, it's reported that Andre Bonner received a smuggled cell phone and began posting videos to Facebook under the name Maze Mob. Throughout the year, Andre would treat Facebook like any other ordinary citizen would, randomly posting onto the social media website, just talking about whatever. You know, his frustrations with being a bachelor in prison being one common topic. He says, "I'm sick of this single shit. I'm looking for me a hashtag mob wife." He often shared boomer memes. "Good morning," he says. "Sometimes those who are heartless once cared too much," with the fucking Joker imagery. And also something interesting that I just want to bring up here, I'm pretty sure that Andre Bonner was in the same prison as infamous murderer, popular with true crime channels here on YouTube, Stephen McDaniel. You know, the killer who was informed that the body of his victim was found while he was being interviewed.
All I know about that dude is his interview video is insane.
By the local press shortly after he killed them.
I mean, we just don't know where she is.
What about in the parking lot area? I know they've been doing a lot of. I think that's where they have recovered the body or whatever they recovered from there.
Body?
Had you heard? Had you seen anything there? Had you seen anything there? I mean, we don't know if this is the same person. You know what I mean? Like they took out a body there earlier. We don't know if it's the same person or not. So that's how we're trying to ask people if they know who lived there.
In a moment.
I think I need to sit down.
Okay.
I also think he's in a really popular Jim Can't Swim video as well. In a Facebook status, Bonner asked his fans to confirm the identity of an individual at his prison, and his commenters promptly confirmed that it was in fact McDaniels. If y'all can tell me who this is, I got you a prize. My girl kept telling me this was him. I was like, fuck no. Dog small as fuck. I G him every day and didn't know it was people. Hashtag free to goat, Bonner said, seemingly in support of the murderer. Most of the videos that Bonner would post consisted of the man sharing vignettes from life within a cell. These pieces often showing unexpected luxuries in the context of being locked up, such as the man chowing down on some Zaxby's and him smoking.
Good in the hood today, boy. Zaxby. Fuck this shit up. No, for real.
Now, one might think that publishing these videos is a bit of a self-snitch. I mean, after all, he's posting videos that he recorded off contraband that he's not supposed to have, showing him engaging in behavior that he's not supposed to engage in. But then again, does this guy even care? I mean, Mr. Bonner is in prison for life, so what does he really even have to lose other than perhaps being thrown into the hole or something like that? As he continued to upload to Facebook, Bonner's ridiculous page would catch the media's attention, who would go on to do a full report, reaching out to the Department of Corrections Public Affairs Office, and the department would be made aware of Bonner's antics. In response, they launched their own investigation into the page and Bonner's activities. I mean, after all, there was a lot to look into. This guy got pretty busy with his video content on there.
What? Oh, you're talking about him, never mind.
Bonner's last Facebook status was posted on March 26th of 2019, the same day that the media coverage about his exploits on Facebook began. It's unknown what Andre Bonner, aka Maze Mob, is up to these days. Well, outside of serving time, but there hasn't been any new Facebook accounts claiming to be him. Whatever the case, when a prisoner operates a boomer tier Facebook account, that was the Andre story.
I came up in the struggle, hoping that my didn't express. I got a lot to say, I got to get this off my chest.
Typically speaking, when guys get cell phones in jail or prison, they're using it to go onto Facebook, post statuses, or maybe even contact people from the outside. Well, our next group of individuals that got a smuggled cell phone, or cell phones I should say, they took things to the next level, going out of their way to record an entirely produced music video and somehow getting it onto YouTube. On the Wave House YouTube channel, there's a music video that was uploaded on November 3rd of 2022 called In This Cell. The lead artist on the song is credited as 24 Super Bad 37, and it features an artist known as 82 Treasy Banger. The video consists of grainy cell phone footage, showcasing multiple rappers that appear to be behind bars. In the music video, you can even see footage of correctional officers restraining someone. There's also points in the video where it appears that their prison cell is being flooded with water, and footage of prisoners arguing with each other is spliced in throughout. During the video, the rappers appear to be somewhat uncomfortable and on the lookout while performing on camera.
Alright.
The whole thing feels a bit awkward while they mouth the lyrics to the song. You definitely get the feeling that they're doing this without permission and there's some sort of, looming presence out.
Officer, the inmates are having fun. Shut your stupid ass up, bitch. Don't be a fucking snitch, pussy. Talking like, officer. Officer. We get clear content of guys recording in jail. Officer. Bitch, shut up. I live for this.
Outside of their cell that they're trying to avoid being noticed by. Basically, they're secretly recording this video and don't want to get caught. One good thing that you can say about this video is that it is incredibly authentic. This is about as real as it gets, and many people who...
Also, what I love, not even just videos from prison, but I'm so glad they're able to smuggle in better cell phones. Hell, my stepmom's son, shit, he got charged with, what is it? I don't think I've told this story. But I remember it happening. I was in my room, and I come out, and I see my stepmom hysterical, and she wouldn't answer what was wrong. And so I went to ask my dad. I'm like, what happened? And they said, I'm gonna just change his name. Mark just got arrested for kidnapping, or forcible kidnapping and forced extortion. I'm like, what? And apparently he had been seeing the school teacher or whatever, right? And he had been, essentially, he convinced her that there was a black man that was going to hurt her family. And so he was like, you know what? I'll protect you. You just got to keep giving me money. And he got up, like in a year, he got up to like $25,000. And eventually, the reason he got caught is because a woman couldn't handle it and attempted suicide. Which, thank the Lord she didn't succeed. You know what I mean? But, yeah, that shit's... But, whenever I saw he got like 3 or 4 years in prison. And all I know from when he got out and was like talking about it, he got he had an iPad in there. Like given by the police, like the state, to have and use. So there are a lot of facilities that are allowing this type of shit nowadays, but still.
Saw this were surprised it was made while the rappers were locked up. In This Cell was recorded in September of 2022 and was published to the internet in November. At the time of me making this video, it has about 120,000 views. When the video first started making waves online, it grabbed the media's attention. An investigation on their part would confirm that it was in fact filmed in prison, more specifically the Macomb Correctional Facility in Macomb County, Michigan. It was filmed by 2 prisoners who had smuggled in cell phones. Later, it would be revealed that the two men who recorded the footage and rapped the lyrics were in prison for some pretty serious crimes. One was in for second-degree murder, and the other was charged with armed robbery. The one charged with armed robbery had also gotten 2 additional charges while in prison, both due to possessing contraband, unsurprisingly. Although media attention gave the music video a bigger spotlight, the way the correctional facility guards actually found out about it is interesting in and of itself. Now here's how this video was linked back to these guys. Apparently while searching one of the prison cells, the guards found a piece of paper that had the URL to the YouTube music video written on it. A quote from authorities says, "They looked at it, pulled it up online, and then found it was a video that had clearly been shot inside that prison." Now, as the music video was going viral, there were employees at the correctional facilities that spotted 2 separate cell phones in the video, and they deduced that one of them was filming the video and the other was just used as a prop. When the prisoners responsible for the video were discovered, they were separated and put in segregation while they awaited additional charges, which would lead to more time for both of these guys. Unfortunately, for the sake of this story, both prisoners have gone unnamed by the press, so I don't know who these individuals are and what the details of the particular charges were. The YouTube video still continues to be successful and has accumulated almost 1,000 comments, most of which seem to be supportive. This song is so dope. Keep your head up, homie. There's always better days.
Why is he doing a black scent?
Ahead. I did 7 years, been home since 2014, and I could have never imagined life being so beautiful. Stay strong, King. One cheeky commenter says, "How does video get out before y'all, SMH?"
Baby mama's tripping, but she watching though, and she loving me though. She can talk all that she wants.
State leaders who saw the clip say it's dangerous and threatens security.
In what has become a
Yeah.
classic case of a prisoner breaching cyberspace from behind bars, we have the story of Jose Rivera, a violent offender who used a cell phone from within prison not only to operate a Facebook page, but to issue violent threats to folks on the outside while brandishing contraband weapons in this content. Let's begin. 31-year-old Jose Ariel Rivera was a career criminal serving a 10-year sentence in the Evans Correctional Facility in Bennettsville, South Carolina.
Hey, no. Nah, he ain't do nothing. Nah, they blaming him for real. That wasn't even him, though. Nah, don't put my state out there. We ain't do nothing. That was North Carolina. He's from North Carolina.
Convicted of a burglary charge in 2014 in Newberry County. And while in prison, he was...
Newberry was funny enough. That was where my mom and dad used to meet whenever we'd go visit my dad for the weekend. Was in Newberry.
Charged with 2 counts of destroying jail property in Lawrence County. Jose had a reputation of being quite difficult. While in prison, the convict would have many run-ins with correctional officers, and a lot of it had to do with him somehow being able to access social media. In March of 2017, Jose would be reprimanded for a social network violation, where he ended up losing access to quite a few privileges, those including telephone, visitation, and canteen privileges for 6 months, meaning that he can't go to the shop and get little snacks and shit like that. 1 month later, in April of 2017, Jose was reprimanded again due to being in possession of a cell phone. As a result of this, he lost his television privileges for a year, and his canteen, telephone, and visitation privileges were taken away altogether for another 6 months, stacked on top of the earlier punishment he was given. Now, you'd think that these actions would possibly prompt this guy to pump the brakes a little bit, hang back, and keep a low profile, but no. It seemed Jose Rivera wanted to completely top his previous antics, and the correctional officers at this place didn't seem to have any motivation to stop him. These guys were just really, clocking in and chilling. On August 4th, 2017, Jose would appear on Facebook Live with a fellow inmate. It seemed the previous restrictions against him were not being dutifully observed, as somehow Jose had gotten access to another phone, and he was literally using it to go live while interacting with his friends that were in the chat. But as he cheeses for the camera with his confidant, something oddly alerting can be seen in this video content.
An inmate's living it up on social media.
As you can see, both convicts are in possession of what looks to be actual knives.
Big knives and all.
Now, naturally, this makes for a concerning visual given the fact that these two are in prison, not supposed to have access to these weapons, and they do have violent pasts. In the video, Jose gives his Facebook friends a tour of the facility, walking them through what appears to be the commons area outside of his cell.
You see this? Big boss. Yeah. You see this? That's my main man's right there.
Later in the live, Jose addresses his baby mama.
Baby mama's tripping. But she watching though. And she loving me though. She can talk all that she wants. But this real in here, you hear me? They love me. Big knives and all. Baby mama, you know you love me. Talking that crazy talk. You hear me? I'm coming home soon, girl.
And at another point, he seems to hold something up to the camera, but it is censored. It's hard to see, but I believe it's some sort of gang sign. This wouldn't be a one-time...
Oh, this guy is white. He's whiter than, Darth.
deal, however, as in another video, Jose can be seen sitting at his bed, while berating someone who had apparently been a part of some sort of drama with him and his baby mama.
You know who you playing with? Bro, if you ever disrespect my baby mama, bro, I was sick. I'm not talking. I don't do no talking.
Dog, that's all you can do right now is talk. Like, you literally have no other privileges right now. What do you mean? Cool. You kinda look like Mr. Popo. I'm glad I said that first. I'm just not gonna sell shit on the auction house for right now. Matter of fact, give me that shit, bitch. Or in the trading plaza, because nothing is gonna... I gotta wait a little bit. Matter of fact, I might actually just sell... What is it? I might just give those to another account and take off the other shit. Actually, matter of fact, let me do this real quick.
This is your only warning.
Near the end of the stream, he pulls out his knife and says that he will stab his ass any day of the week, referring to whoever was causing him drama that was in the free world.
See, if you talk that crazy to me, I'ma just snitch. I'm be like, officer, he's being mean, and he ain't allowed to have that phone. I'd be that person. I don't care. Fuck them people.
I'll see any day of the week.
This incident and live stream would cause concern for folks on the outside that stumbled across it. They thought, how is this convict able to stream with a knife in his hand?
The knife part, yeah, that's understandable, but streaming? Quit. All these people need to quit with that. Let these prisoners live stream. I love when they live stream. It's incredible. I love it. Keep letting them do it. It's awesome. It's epic.
And in the middle of prison, where are the guards at? There seemed to be not one
I tripping? Why is everything blurry on this screen? Dark. I tripping?
correctional officer anywhere near the vicinity in these videos, nor did the prisoners seem all too concerned about concealing their contraband in the first place. It looked like anything goes at this place. After the streams were discovered by the press, the media would put the correctional facility on the hot seat. In response, a prison spokesperson released a statement regarding the incident. We've been very vocal about cell phone contraband, not only in our prisons, but in corrections departments across the country. This video is another example of the unfettered access to the outside world that cell phones give inmates, which is why the FCC should allow prisons to block cell phones. Now, at the time, South Carolina State Senator Brad Hutto did some posturing, making statements saying that this whole situation was extremely concerning and that officials in the government need to have more control over what's being done in the correctional facilities.
Most of these folks have victims that are associated with their crimes, and the victims should not be subjected to seeing any more of the shenanigans that's going on with these Facebook posts.
Now, I'm not really all too sure.
I don't like that Kanye avatar. Did you know you can get emo legs on Roblox? I saw a guy earlier who had cut marks on their legs.
If anything came out of this situation other than a bit of public scrutiny, but regardless, Jose would continue.
Yeah, that's what I said.
On July 9th of 2018, he was reprimanded again for operating a social network, and he lost multiple privileges because of this. You can see that he was hit with disciplinary action for operating a social network account in July of 2018. It says he was hit with loss of canteen privileges for 210 days. Detention for 60 days, loss of telephone privileges for 210 days, loss of television privileges for 360 days, and loss of visitation privileges for 210 days. The man was hit with disciplinary action again for social networking antics in May of 2021. You can see that he lost canteen, television privileges, visitation, etc. And in March of 2019, Ariel would receive another 10 years stacked on top of the sentence he was already serving due to pleading guilty to a burglary in the second-degree charge. Needless to say, this man is still behind bars. He hasn't gone live in a while, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see this dude gallivanting around prison on Facebook Live in the future.
I shot and killed a man.
Bad Bobby.
I killed a man.
YouTube has quite a few channels that consist of former prisoners talking about their lives when they were locked up, their experience, prison stories, and other kinds of things. But what about a YouTube prison channel run by someone who is still actually in prison? Well, that brings us to Bad Bob, a self-described incarcerated content creator.
That's like whenever this Canadian news blog place that dick rides the fuck out of Drake, they posted on their social media or something about OVO Mark. OVO Mark says that Kendrick's a pussy or something like that. Everybody's like, OVO Mark? Holy shit. You ain't ready when OVO Connor gonna pull up. You gonna be real quiet when OVO Ted shows up and really pop shit. Alright, cool. So, giving him OVO Brad really getting it out the trenches. There are just so many OVO people, like, that it's actually ridiculous. Like, legitimately. I don't think there should be. I think OVO has a problem with having too many people on the roster. I believe. I think Drake wouldn't get fucked over so much if he didn't have as many. Like, Drake legitimately has way too many people on his, like, roster or whatever. Fill this up. So, rainbow, shiny, rainbow, shiny, shiny, rainbow, 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 golden, shiny, golden, gold, golden, 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 shiny, shiny. Damn, I got a lot of shinies.
Creator, who in many ways has become an enigma. This story begins all the way back on August 17th of 2020 on the After Prison Show YouTube channel. For those unfamiliar, After Prison Show is hosted by a man named Joe Guerrero, who had spent 7 years in prison, and he vlogs about his experiences while locked up. After Prison Show Joe would be the first to bring up an individual known as Bad Bob. It all starts in
Bad Bob. Yo, cut. Yo, Bob. We gotta have a talk, man. Yeah, the name's cool and all. Like, I get what you're going for. I think we need to change the name, Bob. I gotta be real. It just ain't hitting like that.
in a video where Joe claims that an individual from inside prison known as Bob had reached out to him. This individual was completely anonymous and wanted to share how horrible the food was while being locked up. This Bob individual would become known as Bad Bob.
This guy is legitimately like undercover in prison, and that sounds horrible. So possibly a better way to word it would be like an inside source in prison, who is going to be sharing with us what exactly prisoners are really eating.
In this video, Joe states that he was not able to 100% confirm that this guy actually was in prison, but Joe was told one of the guy's aliases that apparently another person that had appeared on his channel prior was familiar with. So he was somewhat able to confirm that this guy was actually behind bars. It wasn't concrete, just enough confirmation for him to go through with making
Holy shit, Andrew Tate just got a shiny rainbow.
Video, I guess.
8-ounce cup filled almost to the rim. So there you have it. Once again, 2/3 this time of what they are supposed to feed us. 8 ounces instead of 12. And let's not forget the heel of the bread. Yum.
The heel of the Okay, man. I would have told this retard get the fuck out my face. You complaining about? Oh man, they really fucking with us. They really doing terrible shit to us. Like, I understand prison food's bad, but you are not complaining about eating the butt part of the bread. I just know you're not complaining about that. Like, there's so many other things you should complain about in prison. But having to eat the butt part of the bread, I don't think is one of them.
This would be the first time Bob would appear on a public channel, where he would showcase the horrible meals that prisoners were given while behind bars. He would continue to supply update videos for Joe's After Prison show, showcasing his Thanksgiving dinner in one of them. His
Ooh. Them chicken legs look good. I don't know if I'm the only one. I like burnt any type of meat. Like, I like it when the meat's a little burnt. Extra flavor for me. It's so good. I knew I didn't get the fruit from that account. Wait, hold on.
last video on After Prison show would be published January 10th of 2021, in which Joe would advertise Bob's own channel that was recently created. It seemed like after this, Bob decided to make a channel of his own, as the channel Bad Bob's Prison Life was created on September 2nd of 2020. In the channel description, Bob would write, "I am Bob. I was tried as an adult at the age of 14 for possessing a gun and committing a robbery. Being in an adult penitentiary at such a young age, I was forced to fight for my life and adapt to the prison lifestyle. As such, I ran the time up repeatedly, escaped 7 times, and have now been in prison for 46 years and live to tell about it. This channel is dedicated to showing young people who are headed down the wrong path the type of things they will be faced with if they come to prison. And you will come to prison if you continue on a life of crime and drugs. I would encourage
Dog, you got a phone in prison, you trying to tell me it's bad in there? Shit, it's lit.
everyone
Fuck
to
you,
obey
Bobbert.
the law and do the right thing and stay away from drugs and crime. Bob's story that he would later tell in a video is that he was adopted as a baby and stayed with a woman who was physically and mentally abusive, and this would lead to him running away at 12 years old, where he would spend 2 years living on the streets of a major city.
I was adopted at birth, so I never knew my birth parents. I went to an adoption
Deep ass throat.
who divorced when I was 4 or 5, and I went with the mother during the divorce.
Call him Deep Throat. Sorry.
She was very,
Fuck the shit out of me.
emotionally, mentally, verbally, physically, I mean the whole 9.
When he was 14 years old, Bob claims he ended up robbing a convenience store and getting snitched out by one of his friends and was arrested. The masked man says that when he was arrested, the authorities and prosecution made the decision to make an example out of him and tried him as an adult. According to Bob, he was facing life in prison and took a plea bargain for a lesser sentence. They then shipped him off to the state penitentiary at the age of 14, where he was surrounded by rapists and murderers. During his early life in prison, Bob claims that he actually escaped 7 times. And during one of the times that he had apparently escaped, he had shot and killed a man while on the outside. And this would lead to him spending the rest of his life in prison. Anyways, while his story is interesting, the man is most known for his prison food videos. On December 26, 2020, Bob uploaded his first video titled My 46th Christmas Dinner in Prison. In this video, the apparently imprisoned man calls himself Bob. claims to be residing in a maximum security penitentiary somewhere in the United States, being unspecific to preserve his anonymity. He states that this is his 46th year in prison. He then shows off the Christmas dinner provided by the correctional facility, and it looks grotesque.
I would presume he was trying to rob them or something. Alright, so how many shot? I only have 37? Damn. Or 42, so that means I need 57 more shinies. So now,
The turkey looks like boiled spam or some shit. The sweet potatoes look cold, and he's really only given a small smidge of cranberry sauce. Not much of a meal for Christmas, if you ask me, even for a prisoner.
Oh, yum, yum. A lot of food on this plate. Definitely more than usual. They said we were having turkey, and
make sure to stroke that thumbs up. Stroke that thing, cuzzo.
While showcasing the dinner, Bob states that back in the day, during the 70s, 80s, and early 90s, they were given a more high-quality holiday meal. But over the last few decades, apparently the standards had dropped significantly. The video ends with a warning for viewers that if they found themselves in prison, that this could be the best meal that they get. And that's not much.
So, everybody, enjoy your holidays and stay out of trouble.
I fought with Bob. I like him. He cool. I would smoke a blunt with him in prison.
Remember, if you're going to commit a crime, this is what you're going to be faced with. This will be the best meal you'll see all year long.
The majority of Bob's channel was centered around warning viewers what it could be like if they were sent to prison. It's also to note that a lot of his videos were published during the COVID-19 pandemic, so viewers got to see a first-hand, account of what the guys behind bars were eating during these tough times. He certainly made prison seem like a place you never wanted to go to. In regard to COVID, Bob even says at one point that the prisoners around him were dropping like flies due to the sickness that was spreading, painting
too many Glockies.
Surprisingly, Bob would upload quite frequently to this channel with prison food reviews and Q&A videos, as well as captivating prison stories like how Bob claims that he witnessed a rapist get maimed and how Bob was beaten up by a prison gang. Now, this whole time, Bob remained completely anonymous. He didn't say what prison he was in, what city he was in, what state he was in, nor did he mention a name or anything else that could narrow down who he actually was. So for the most part, he was able to get away with uploading to his own YouTube channel without anyone finding out who he was to cross-reference him or to get him in trouble if he really was in prison. Now, what was curious about Bob's channel, given the fact that he was locked up, or apparently was locked up, is that it had its own graphics. You might be thinking, how could somebody do this from behind bars? But it's just equally as likely that Bob had someone helping him with the channel on the back end. Like somebody on the outside that is uploading these videos for him. You've had prisoners with cell phones before uploading to the web, but normally these guys are just showing themselves in front of the camera and nothing else. Bob had actual production. He was literally...
Alright, let me see this. So, 6, 12, 18, 24, 27. So that means I need to... Okay.
Literally running a prison vlog YouTube channel while in prison. With the voice
2,
changing
3, 4,
and,
5, 6,
other
7,
visual
8,
stuff.
9, 10,
Pretty impressive to do from behind bars
11,
for real.
12,
Bob
13.
also had a PayPal donation link set up on his channel and multiple
13,
email addresses
14,
for fans to get in
15,
contact with him. Which
16,
the PayPal part of that,
17,
I'm almost certain you would have to have somebody else to do because they have to be able to open a bank account.
18, 19,
On April
20,
18th of
21,
2021, it's
22.
reported that Bob hit a snag with his production due to one of his cell phones completely dying out on him. According to updates, he was forced to use a backup phone that wasn't
22.
as advanced as his previous tool. However, this didn't stop him from
22,
publishing. The last
23,
upload on the Bad Bob's Prison Life channel would be on April
3,
17th of 2022, and then the channel would
24,
go completely
25,
dark.
26,
However,
27.
there would be a replacement second channel created that featured brand new Bad Bob uploads. That channel being called Life in Prison with Bad Bob. The last video uploaded on that channel featuring Bob was on April 13th of 2022, and then there's seemingly no update from the guy. But on April 18th of 2023, an individual would upload an update about Bob to this page. This person was masked and anonymous, and claimed that Bob just didn't have access to a phone and that they were trying to sort it out so he could record new videos.
Hey guys, so I'm a friend of Bad Bob's here, and I'm here to give you an update on what's going on. He doesn't have access to a phone, but we're getting that sorted out as soon as possible. We appreciate the good comments and all the support, you know, Bob especially does.
After that, it seems everything has gone dark. There were many in the comment section of his videos around this time that wanted to hear updates and wondered how Bob was doing. However, there were also quite a few people that believed these channels were total bullshit and were faked for attention. There's much debate about this in the comment section of Bob's content. While we're on this topic, if you go to the After Prison Show subreddit, there is quite a bit of debate about Bad Bob on this page, with some claiming that the entire Bad Bob persona is a scam and that it would be impossible to pull something like this off, while others, giving justifiable explanations for how Bad Bob could be real. One commenter says this: "Look, I love calling out Joe and his low-level minion frauds for the BS they like to pull on the audience, especially that murdering scum Banky. But when it comes to Bob, I see a lot of people saying he's not an inmate, etc. I know one thing for sure, and that is prison food he is showing us. That cabbage is pretty region specific as well when it comes to prison food. It would take a bunch of time and trouble to go through all of that to fake prison food. Now, the thing maybe is that he's not an inmate but a guard who has some compassion, because that is why he is speaking out on the horrible diet prisoners receive. I also think he speaks very well for someone who has been incarcerated for 40 years. He does not sound like a junior high dropout like most prisoners, but that doesn't really prove anything. My 2 cents.
Yeah, he doesn't sound retarded, like most of those people.
A guard who is pretending to be an inmate. There were also YouTube channels speculating that this whole Bad Bob ordeal was a complete scam. For the most part, Bob's channels have gone dark, though there have been small updates in the last year, but not in the form of a video. It's community post published to the Life in Prison with Bad Bob channel. From 8 months ago, a poster says, "Just wanted to let everyone know that Bob is doing okay, and I apologize for the silence. Thank you for all the positive comments. I'm going to try to respond to your questions on behalf of Bad Bob. We appreciate everyone for sticking with us." From 3 months ago, "Hey everyone, I just wanted to reach out and talk to you guys. I apologize for the lack of videos and update videos. Bob had to move prisons, and due to that, it had made communication extremely difficult.
Why do you have to move prisons? Were they like sneaking cell phones in?
Months or so. Obviously, Bob isn't made up or this channel is fake. Because if it was me, I would be pumping out videos and making profit, but I'm not. I'm just a middleman for Bob. As always, enjoy the free world living in paradise." And the most recent being from 3 weeks ago at the time of me recording this video on, July the 17th. "Hello everyone, I have great news regarding Bob and the channel. Our communication has picked back up and more videos will be uploaded. We appreciate everyone who stuck around and supported the channel. Bob can all see your comments, so keep it up. As Bob would say, enjoy life out there in paradise. Stay safe."
I'm shooting at the end of the woods. I'm shooting at these.
Going live while in prison is stupid, but people do it nonetheless. Well, what about when a prisoner goes live and admits to a crime that they had never been formally charged with, getting themselves in trouble in a way you might not even expect? This is the story of Joe Fletcher. Joe Fletcher is from Akron, Ohio, but was...
Yo, LeBron, let's go. Just a simple boy from Akron.
Serving time in the Atlanta federal prison for a probation violation. The 30-year-old was a career criminal that had been convicted of drug trafficking, as well as illegally possessing a firearm. In Ohio, Joe had been described as one of Akron's most dangerous individuals. He arrived at Atlanta's federal prison due to a probation violation on January 5th of 2018. And on
I hate the way he
January
looks.
7th of 2018, he would use a contraband cell phone to go live and speak to his friends and family while using Facebook Live. This video stream was publicly broadcasted onto his Facebook and was approximately 49 minutes long. While on Facebook Live with his friends, Fletcher begins to talk about a 19-year-old murder victim named LaDonte Smith, who was shot in the head in North Akron back in 2010. It turned out someone else pleaded guilty to the murder in 2011, but on Facebook Live, Joe Fletcher literally just admits to the slaying, saying that he was the one responsible.
Everybody know I did it. Did it, yeah. Free my champ.
The media would get a hold of this footage and actually interviewed the victim's mother, who claimed that she was emailed the clip after it had gone viral.
I wanted to know where the hell was the guards the whole 49 minutes that he was doing all of this? Crying, rewinding, thinking of things that I could do to him.
The mother would reveal to the press that her son and Fletcher were pretty good friends, but always believed there was something more to the case. The day after posting this Facebook video, his cell phones were found in his cell, and he was charged with illegally possessing a communication device inside a federal prison. And the matter of him admitting to this, alleged murder was being investigated by the FBI. Interestingly enough, however, nothing about the murder of LaDonte Smith ever came to fruition, and Fletcher was given parole in 2019 and made his way back to Akron, Ohio. The same year of his release, the man would be rearrested for beating his girlfriend, and a judge even ordered him to leave Ohio. However, Fletcher never truly stayed gone. In January of 2020, he released a music video apparently mocking the story of him admitting to LaDonte's murder, showcasing news footage within his music video regarding it.
And Smith's mom tells me she knew Fletcher long before he was behind bars here in Atlanta and long before there was ever a Facebook Live. In fact, Fletcher and her son were pretty good friends, but she always believed there was more to the case.
It's always the ones closest to you.
Dang.
Or had you found peace in Anthony Smart's plea?
No, because I still was hearing that he was not the one that actually pulled the trigger.
In June of 2020, Joe ended up leading Ohio State police troopers on a high-speed chase, where he documented everything using Facebook Live.
I'm shooting at him.
I was gonna say Rod Wave and
Fletcher would be arrested and jailed without bond, but in August of 2021, Joe's daughter passed away, and the convict was allowed to leave the penitentiary to attend his daughter's funeral.
No.
Prosecutors requested that Fletcher be escorted by U.S. Marshals as they believed him to be a flight risk. However, for whatever reason, Fletcher was able to just leave with his mother, unguarded and no GPS tracking. This, of course, would result in Fletcher not returning and going on the run, basically escaping prison under the guise of going to this funeral. He was eventually caught 2 days later after being found in the basement of an Akron home. Later, Fletcher eventually went to trial 3 times in 2023, where he would admit to convincing his teenage son to bribe a witness in one of the cases he was involved in. It's noted that he got quite aggressive with his lawyer during this case, at one point threatening to have U.S. Marshals shoot him. In February of 2024, Fletcher would be sentenced to serve 14 years in prison.
The alleged mastermind of an elaborate Orange County jail escape convicted today on felony charges, Jose Nieri was found guilty of escaping custody and car theft.
So, unless you couldn't tell by now at this point in the video, it's become pretty commonplace for prisoners to smuggle in cell phones, and of course use these cell phones to record themselves doing various activities. However, what if a prisoner not only documented his experience behind bars, but documented his escape as well? This is the twisted story of Hossein Naeri, a man who recorded his escape from incarceration. Hossein was born in 1978 in Iran and would migrate to the U.S. with his family when he was in middle school. After
Oh, I love that show. If they have episodes of it, I want to watch it. You ever watch the show Catch Me If You Can? That's a good ass show. No, I think in the 2010s, you know, and you got held back in kindergarten like 3 times. But basically, it's a show where they go prison to prison. They interview people that actually escaped prison, and they do reenactment and detail exactly what they did on the run. Matter of fact, let me check after remove this charm real quick.
becoming somewhat popular in high school, where he was a skilled amateur wrestler, he would then join the Marine Corps after graduating in 1997. However, not long after, he would go AWOL and was arrested, subsequently discharged. After this, he began a criminal lifestyle, with Nieri frequently getting in trouble with the law. The former U.S. Marine has been...
Dude, the Russian Federation.
Described as manipulative, sadistic, egotistical, narcissistic, and very smart. And he's been compared to other manipulative, killers and criminals, even from fantasy. I think there's some, CEO or psychologist that compared him to Hannibal Lecter. As far as I know, Hossein does not eat flesh, but you get the idea. I just looked now, and it was a prosecutor that made that comparison. Needless to say, this guy has gotten quite a bit of notoriety over the years. The man's rap sheet is quite thick. At one point, he had been arrested on vehicular manslaughter charges in Fresno, California, after driving drunk and totaling his car, killing his best friend in the process. He had been on probation due to this crime during the time he had committed his other crimes. Hossein's ex-wife claimed that the man had beaten her over 60 times. This dude was basically a total piece of shit. Later, the 38-year-old Hossein Nieri was arrested on torturing and kidnapping charges after abducting
I've never listened to
a
Radiohead.
owner named Michael in October of 2012 from his Newport Beach home. You see, Mr. Nieri had been casing Michael out for quite a while after he got the idea that this dispensary owner was filthy rich and had a hidden treasure trove of unregistered cash, and had been stowing it in some hiding spot. And Hossein wanted this money. A little bit more context about Michael and this marijuana business. Apparently, this Michael guy operated this, business back in 2012.
Yeah, I know.
This marijuana dispensary, but operated mostly, or I think entirely, in cash, because this was back when not a lot of states sold legal weed, and credit card companies would not, authorize or do business with you if you owned a dispensary. It wasn't chill like that yet. So that's just to explain why this Michael guy was dealing in money, allegedly. Nieri began to create an in-depth plan and even made his wife, who was in law school, run a background check on Michael. So back to Mr. Nieri. Hossein had a hunch that the dispensary owner was hiding unmarked cash at his parents' home, but felt a stealthy break-in to get this money was infeasible due to a vigilant dog that Michael kept on the premises for security purposes. So in an effort to undermine this dog, Hossein allegedly tried to poison it, feeding it tainted meat, and apparently this didn't work, thankfully, for the sake of the dog. The crook was persistent, though. Nairi then began following Michael and leaving GPS trackers on his vehicle. After tracking Michael for months with GPS, Nairi noticed that Michael's vehicle was at one point parked in the Mojave Desert for an extended period of time, and he believed that the man was storing or stashing money somewhere out in the desert. He then hatched a plan to get his hands on this desert plunder. In a savage heist that could be straight out of Breaking Bad, Hossein equipped himself with multiple firearms, a stun gun, a torch, and brought with him some high school buddies to serve as goons. Hossein would then kidnap Michael, taking him out of town and driving the man to the Mojave Desert. In the middle of the desert, Michael was then tortured by Hossein, who reportedly shocked the man with a stun gun and burnt him with a blowtorch. All of this was done to try to get Michael to reveal where his money was hidden. But it turned out that they had been mistaken, and there was actually no hidden piles of cash anywhere within the vicinity. But Mr. Nairi wasn't done there. When he realized that he wasn't going to get his money, he, along with his henchmen, decided to cut off Michael's penis. Yes, this is how sick and depraved this guy is. In fact, he didn't just sever it off and throw it away. He actually took it with him. You're going to hell for that one. The group then poured bleach over Michael in the hopes of removing their DNA and left the scene. He remained a free man for some time after this despicable deed, but eventually the walls would close in on Hossein when one of the culprits that aided him was arrested. In light of this, Hossein Nairi fled the United States to hide out in Iran, where he had family, but he was captured at an airport in Prague, Czech Republic, and extradited back to Orange County, California in September of 2014 to face charges. This isn't the end of the tale, as while he was jailed for the moment, Hossein would see the free world again despite the immense charges levied against him. 2 years later, Hossein Nairi, along with two other accomplices, one Jonathan Tu and one Bak Duong, made a brazen yet successful escape at Orange County Central Men's Jail in Santa Ana, California, executing this escape on January 21st of 2016. They did this by removing a portion of a metal grate in their cell and crawling through it, pulling themselves up onto the roof. They then used what has been described as high-grade industrial ropes to rappel down the side of the building. After escaping the roof, they would meet up with an associate of Mr. Duong who served as their getaway driver. And using this exit, they dipped out of the prison premises successfully, escaping Orange County Prison with no one knowing.
Johnny here for the first time. Showed up to San Francisco and showed up to the best part of San Francisco. No, we're not doing the crazy things they're saying. They're thirsty to catch us, we know that. And Friday night, San Francisco. Special Friday night in San Francisco.
Their absence wouldn't be discovered until a roll
No.
was done 15 hours later. Some context on his henchmen involved in this plot. Jonathan Tu and Bak Duong are
He
suspected
left.
of being a
No.
part of the Vietnamese-American street gang. Jonathan Tu was arrested for murder and attempted murder during a gang-related shooting in 2011, while Duong was arrested for attempted murder and assault with a firearm. It's also to note that Hossein Nairi was able to obtain a Google Maps printout of the prison due to allegedly seducing a female ESL teacher within the penitentiary. When the getaway driver dropped them off, the escaped fugitives would call a cab driver, 71-year-old Long Ma, who for $100 agreed to drive them around the city for the night. This ride would sadly turn into a kidnapping when the group put Long Ma into the back seat of his own cab at gunpoint. They would then use this man's driver's license to cash checks and sign motel registries. Later in a hotel room, it was revealed that Nairi would force Duong to burn the poor cab driver's arm with a cigarette to show loyalty. Nairi would film the whole ordeal on his cell phone, the sick bastard. Later, as cops were closing in on their trail, Nayeri would allegedly attempt to murder Long Ma, who did not speak English and really didn't understand the extremity of the situation. Thankfully, it's said that one of the co-escapees, Mr. Duong, would take a liking to the old cab driver and refuse to allow Nayeri hurt the man any further. Enraged by this sentiment, Nayeri then began beating Duong, strangling him. Later, Duong would escape and ended up driving back to Orange County to turn himself in. Bruises were found all over him when he had returned. The remaining fugitives, Nayeri and Tew, made their way to San Francisco, where they were spotted by a homeless man, the individual apparently aware of the escaped convict situation. This Good Samaritan reported their presence in the area to the police, and 8 days after breaking out of confinement, the group would be reapprehended by authorities, where they would await to be arraigned for their charges of escaping prison. Now, while this whole debacle is quite bizarre, what makes it truly remarkable is the fact that Nayeri had been recording the entire process of his escape and the events thereafter on a cell phone. And in late July of 2017, the media would be given access to the actual footage of the escape by Nayeri's lawyer. This footage showcased the group escaping the prison, as it was all recorded by Hossan Nayeri's smuggled-in cell phone. In the video, Hossan claims to have broken out 8 hours before the time that was reported by the media.
Hate Ashbury, baby. And yes, we are not killing anyone. We are not kidnapping anyone. Just fun pastime.
Now, the video in general seems incredibly manipulative by Nayeri. And it's certainly an attempt to embarrass authorities, and he tries to sway public opinion, tries to get folks to feel sympathetic for him. And like, if you watch this documentary that he recorded and made, you might actually feel somewhat bad for him, but that's only if you don't know any of the shit that he participated, not only before the escape, but during it and after. You know, we're talking about basically torturing that poor cab driver. This guy is a scumbag, but he did make a pretty fucking bizarre documentary.
You know, we were so grateful he decided to help us. This man is truly a hero. I wonder if people will ever realize what I'm talking about. He's just a really compassionate person. He wanted no harm to anyone, to others, to us. When things fall apart, you just never know. You never know what a really intense situation can do to a man.
This is our casa right now for the moment. This is our crib. Water. You know, all the basics. Wait, you want some bananas? No, we don't have crack. We don't have crystal meth. We're smoking weed and eating bananas. And Friday night in San Francisco. Special Friday night in San Francisco.
Although the video he made is indeed fascinating, it would not change the narrative due to the graphic details about Nayeri and his attack on Michael from 2012, as well as the collection of people he had exploited to get what he wanted. In August of 2019, Hossein Nayeri was convicted of 2 counts of kidnapping and torture and received 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole. Now, hilariously enough, in 2022, despite Nayeri completely documenting his escape, he pled not guilty to the charges stemming from the escape plot. Unsurprisingly, he was in 2023 and received an additional 2 years and 8 months on his already hefty sentencing from the prior crime. And well, you've made it to the end. In November of 2023, Omegle, the infamous and massively popular roulette-style video chat site, was shut down by its owner, Leif K. Brooks, ending its nearly 14-year run under somewhat troubling circumstances. So, what happened? Well, if you're like me, you grew up with Omegle as a teenager, and probably ran into your fair share of grown men exposing themselves on the platform. This sort of activity has plagued Omegle since its inception, with many sick adult users intentionally broadcasting illegal material to the unsuspecting underage users of the site. The prevalence of this dangerous material on Omegle is what eventually would lead to the platform's demise, with the owner becoming so disillusioned by the chat site that he created that he killed it, feeling as though he had created a monster. And he was getting hit with a bunch of lawsuits. Today, I'll be going through each of Omegle's major criminal controversies in chronological order, telling the story of the sick freaks that got this website taken down. This is the disgusting fall of Omegle.
Nasty.
One of Omegle's first high-profile criminal degenerate users was a man named Richard Finkbeiner, a sick individual responsible for one of the most elaborate sextortion plots in United States history. In 2010, Richard Finkbeiner was a 39-year-old man living in Brazil, Indiana. Constantly online, this disgusting man would begin sexually interacting with minors in online video chats, using Omegle along with other platforms, recording his victims throughout these calls. According to the FBI, Finkbeiner, while using Omegle, would stream videos of pornography to those that he matched with, in an attempt to coerce incoming minors to reciprocate acts in a sexual way. The minors, who thought they were interacting with the person shown in the porn video, would then be asked by Finkbeiner in text chat to join in, and some would sadly follow his instructions. When a minor fell for his trap, Finkbeiner would then record their camera footage and add it to his personal CP collection. And if that wasn't depraved enough for you, this guy would often later anonymously contact his victims, revealing to them the fact that he had recorded them participating in those sexual behaviors, almost in a braggadocious manner, like, I gotcha. While performing digital surveillance on his victims, Richard would...
How'd he get caught, man? He doesn't even look like someone that would do that.
Would collect their sensitive personal details, later using that information for blackmail, threatening to release the videos to porn websites or to send them to the victims' friends, family, and school teachers, unless these victims continued making sexually explicit content with him, recruiting the minors as digital sex slaves of sorts, forced to participate in acts with him while he recorded them for his catalog. According to FBI reports, these acts included coercing them into exposing themselves, forcing them to wear embarrassing outfits, and even forcing them to scribble Finkbeiner's online alias on their body with a permanent marker. Through these elaborate and sickening strategies, Richard was able to collect a multitude of victims, both male and females, whose ages ranged from 12 years old to 17, and were living in 9 different states, including Indiana, West Virginia, Iowa, Wisconsin, Ohio, New York, Michigan,
Only in
Illinois,
Ohio.
and Colorado. There was even one case involving a 12-year-old boy with transcripts showcasing the poor kid pleading with Richard in messages to not release his blackmail video to the internet, and the sick man essentially telling the boy tough luck and uploading the stuff anyways. Dude was a sadist and psychopath, a pedophilic monster. Another incident showing how heartless this guy was involved a teenage girl who was so traumatized after falling victim to Finkbeiner's trap, she attempted suicide. Thankfully, she would survive. Now, she later sent an email to Finkbeiner stating what she had done, and Finkbeiner would then reply with, "Glad I could help." Finkbeiner was able to get away with performing these highly exploitative acts for around 2 years. But sexual extortion reports from some of his later victims, a 14-year-old boy in Maryland and another in Michigan, would catch the attention of the feds. Authorities began an investigation, setting up a collaboration between the FBI and sheriff departments from all over the country where the reported crimes were taking place. This included the Oakland County, Michigan Sheriff's Department and the Prince George County's Maryland Department, with significant assistance from the Indiana State Police, the Clay County Sheriff's Department, the Terre Haute Police Department, and the Kokomo Police Department. It was truly a national endeavor. After a thorough investigation, authorities were able to trace these sickening crimes back to Richard, and he was pinned as the culprit. The monster of Omegle would finally be arrested on April 6th of 2012, with the feds seizing a staggering 22,000 video files from webcam feeds recorded by Finkbeiner, half of which depicted sexual content from his sextortion ventures. The FBI also recovered close to 47,000 downloaded images, many of which depicted CP. The police would then begin the work in unwrapping his elaborate sextortion scheme, which would give Finkbeiner additional charges. In total, Finkbeiner was charged with 10 counts of sexual exploitation of children, 2 counts of extortion, and 1 count of possession of CP. The CP charge came from Richard both possessing images from the minors that he had extorted, as well as an entirely different collection of files. These are some serious charges, but they don't truly reflect the massive victim pool that Finkbeiner had accumulated. Through reviewing the man's email communications, authorities were able to ascertain that there were at least 153 victims, and only 20 of them had been identified by name and confirmed.
Who the fuck is making galaxy gas? That's what I'm wondering. And what the fuck is galaxy gas? I know it's like I've seen them before. They're like, I don't know. What is it? I guess fucking premium goddamn nitrous oxide or something? I'd presume that's what it is.
By the authorities. Law enforcement would say, quote, "These charges formalize allegations of a systemic scheme to victimize hundreds of children and teenagers all over the country. Thanks to the tireless work of investigators over the last 3 months, we have been able to identify and contact many victims of these alleged acts. This process is ongoing, and we continue to do all we can to offer support after the nightmare they are alleged to have endured." Richard faced a maximum of 30 years in prison for each count of sexual exploitation of children, 2 years for the extortion charges, and a $250,000 fine for each of the charged offenses. In January of 2013, Richard would plead guilty to the charges of sexual exploitation and CP, and the deviant would be sentenced to serve 40 years in prison and was hit with a $70,000 fine, all coming on June 26th of 2013. It was also determined that after
Yeah, I know what nitrous oxide is. Trust me. I've been known what that is. You can get it from smoke shops? No shot.
After he was done serving his prison sentence, Richard would be forced to serve a lifetime of supervised release. At the time of his case being concluded, it was one of the largest sextortion cases in the country. This was the first major case where a criminal used Omegle to facilitate his crime, and it most certainly wouldn't be the last time the site would see foul play. Now we jump forward about 3.
I refused. I'm just gonna say I don't believe you because I refuse to believe Walmart would have some shit like that. I'm for the sake of my sanity.
Years to 2013 to our next case. It's the story of military serviceman Colin Lowry, a man not guilty for sex crimes against children, but for killing someone live on camera, broadcasting the act to an unsuspecting user live on Omegle, that user being still unknown to this day. On October 22nd of 2013, a 22-year-old Nevada Army reservist named Colin Lowry, along with 23-year-old Cherish Pincombe, were hanging out together with one of Colin's roommates named Patrick within Colin's home in Henderson, Nevada. During this chill session, they decided it would be fun to hop on Omegle and talk to some strangers, as one would do back in 2013. But sadly, this would be no routine night on Omegle, as a freak tragedy would begin to unfold the moment that their webcam booted up. According to reports, the story goes as follows. After chatting to a few different people, Colin and Cherish were matched up with a woman from Norway, who, curious about American culture, had asked if the group owned any guns. Colin, a military serviceman, most certainly did, and would promptly step out of view of the camera, returning after a short while with his rifle and a .45 caliber handgun. He then would begin eagerly showcasing the firearms to the anonymous Omegle user. Now, at some point, Colin is said to leave the area of the Omegle camera setup to go use the bathroom, leaving his guns at the computer, only to return again shortly after. By this point, the Norwegian had left, and another Omegle user is said to have been paired up with them. Now, what happens next is somewhat disputed, as the footage is not available for the public to view. But it's alleged that while resuming showing off his handgun, Colin would raise the pistol to Cherish's head in what could be described as a joking fashion and would pull the trigger, possibly believing that it wasn't loaded. The gun would discharge, shooting Cherish in the head, causing the woman to go limp. She was critically injured, and the shooting was broadcasted live to an anonymous viewer. While I'm unable to ascertain at what time of night or early morning the shooting occurred, at around 8:30 a.m., Colin Lowry would call 911 and report that a gun had been accidentally discharged within his home. Cherish Pincombe would be taken to the Sunrise Hospital, where she would later sadly die from the injuries that she had sustained in the shooting. When questioned by the police, Colin would admit that he had been drinking alcohol, but stated that he had no idea that the handgun was loaded, trying to plead the case of this whole thing being nothing more than a freak accident. Considering the apparent negligence at play, police felt this to be more than just a mistake and arrested Colin for the killing. He would insist that it wasn't his fault, even reportedly claiming that Cherish had loaded the weapon while he was in the bathroom. An interesting twist if true. However, investigators pushed back, stating that Colin had likely taken the weapon to the bathroom with him, inserting the magazine and loading it in there. Yeah, if you haven't picked up on it, the cops believe that Colin had straight up murdered this woman in cold blood like it was premeditated. In fact, they went as far as insinuating this whole situation was much more than accidental manslaughter. It was some sort of methodical thrill kill, with Colin booting up Omegle with the intention of slaying his friend live on camera. That's what they thought.
W.
Now, it's to note that there were no other witnesses within the room when the shooting occurred. Colin's roommate was apparently no longer around when this transpired. The cops had to get their hands on the Omegle footage, as it likely held the truth of what actually took place that evening. Police subpoenaed the Portland, Oregon-based website Omegle for footage of the shooting to possibly attain some sort of evidence to confirm their suspicions. They would receive some snapshots from Omegle, but it was only the chat portion of the website. These conversations, including some messages from Lowry, Pincombe, and the person that they were matched with. Sadly, though, it appears footage had not been archived by Omegle. But what about the other person on the other end of the video chat? Couldn't they speak to what had happened? Sadly, due to the anonymous nature of Omegle, this person has never been identified, and investigators were unable to ascertain any IP or metadata that could lead them in the right direction in regard to finding the enigmatic witness of the Omegle shooting. If someone was watching their screen at the time, it's very likely that they are keeping that gruesome moment with them to the grave, as no one has ever come forward. The snapshots recovered by the cops would unfortunately reveal very little, and it was a dead end barking up that tree. Colin's case would have to move forward without any video evidence and approached with a more traditional forensic style. After his arrest, Colin's bail would be set at $200,000, and investigators checked the magazine for Cherish's fingerprints to see if Colin's story had checked out. They would find that the physical evidence didn't show any of Cherish's fingerprints on the magazine. Something else interesting to think about here, Colin Lowry was a trained staff sergeant in the military reserve. He had many years of weapons training. Apparently weapons training that he decided to just randomly forego on that day and act like a fool. I'm not trying to say that I know for a fact that Colin had a actual, inclination of murdering Cherish, but it is unusual for someone in the military to handle a gun this irresponsibly. There was reason for police to be suspicious. Later, Colin Lowry's roommates testified that Cherish and Colin, along with everyone else in the house, had a playful relationship with one another. Duffy, one of the other roommates, would even tell the court that he had not once ever seen Lowry get angry at Cherish. Colin Lowry's attorney would use this to argue that his client should be tried for manslaughter and not straight-up murder. Quote, "I heard no evidence whatsoever of premeditation, and I heard no evidence whatsoever of malice," the lawyer said. The judge would disagree and ordered that Colin should be tried on an open murder charge. In August of 2014, Colin would cut a deal with prosecutors and pled guilty to voluntary manslaughter with a weapon. And on October 24th of 2014, Colin Lowry would be sentenced to 8 to 20 years in prison. During sentencing, Colin would apologize to Cherish's family within the courtroom, saying he had never meant to hurt anybody. It seems his words fell on deaf ears, though, as family members of the slain victim were quoted as calling Colin a cold-blooded killer. It's somewhat unsettling to think that there is someone out there who may have watched this shooting take place live.
I'm pretty sure I still have the footage, but my friend Jack, this was before it shut down fully last year. He was on there trying to fuck with people, and we ended up finding a couple that was smoking crack on there, just straight up. It was hitting that pipe, baby.
On Omegle, and just has gone about their life with that horrific scene burned into their brain. Whoever you are, I hope you're doing well, and perhaps one day, come forward. Let's talk.
It's the people you least expect.
Sadly, not long after the shooting incident, another child sexual exploitation case would come forward, involving a man named Dennis Witt, who would challenge underage girls on Omegle to a sick game in an effort to fulfill his twisted fantasies. Beginning in late 2013 and early 2014, 40-year-old Dennis Witt of Marina, California, would begin participating in behavior that went beyond degeneracy, with the man frequenting websites like Omegle, pretending to be a 16-year-old boy named Lucas. Using this fake persona, he would interact with underage girls, never showing his face. During these chats, the 40-year-old fraud would quickly get sexual. Acting as Lucas, he devised the game, in which young girls would gain points for participating in lewd behavior. For example, girls could receive a point for taking off a piece of their clothing, or would receive more points by performing outright sex acts. A criminal complaint describes his activity. 3 girls began to play a game whereby they would do things on camera to earn points. Tasks began with things like waving and blowing kisses, but progressed to showing Lucas their genitalia, unquote. Dennis groomed these girls on Omegle and also on his Skype account that went by the username Vampirate God, and his profile picture was a skull and crossbones. The guy is like a modern-day Camden Gerard Davis, but white and 40 years old. Now, what's truly sickening about Dennis in particular in the context of this video is the ages of the people that he victimized.
I can't tell you how happy I was when they finally came out with Discord. I can not lie to you. I remember a bunch of funny enough, I remember a bunch of League of Legends YouTubers I watched because I was playing League at the time. They got paid sponsorships to promote it. I remember I was so fucking happy. because Forge, Cursed Forge, had a similar thing, but that shit never took off. TeamSpeak was fucking atrocious. I hated TeamSpeak. And like I said, Discord was fucking incredible. That's why I had my account made in 2016, my main Discord profile. I was so fucking happy because I'm like, I don't know why, but you had to pay money per month to join calls that had multiple people. Which I thought was stupid as fuck. Low key. People that use TeamSpeak are doing illegal activities. I can just tell you that. People that still use TeamSpeak, they are doing illegal stuff on the internet. I can just straight up tell you that. Anybody that uses TeamSpeak still, they are doing illegal shit online.
The age range of his victims went from 16 all the way down to 7 years old. Just some really unspeakable crimes here. I say this with all seriousness, there are actual monsters that walk the earth, and I don't know how you could have any sympathy for someone like this. But it's just disgusting. The conversations with these 4 particular underage victims, who were all from Jefferson County, New York, began in May of 2013, according to the criminal complaint. It stated that during these interactions, Dennis recorded the girls 48 times between July 25th of 2013 and September 16th of 2013. The oldest one, at 16 years old, would communicate with Witt daily, with the others being communicated with far less frequently. While Dennis performed these abhorrent acts with the children, it would not be long before the authorities got tipped off, as one of the fathers of the 4
Light
underage
skin, though.
victims from Jefferson County, New York, would find about the activities and alert the proper authorities and channels. The FBI, when alerted to this, would team up with the Silicon Valley Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, a group that specializes in targeting people who produce and distribute CP online. Together, they were able to find Dennis's Gmail, AOL account, and Skype account, and were able to backtrace these accounts, finding his IP address, which gave them his real-life location. The FBI then executed a search warrant, and on April 30th of 2014, authorities would storm into Dennis Witt's house in Marina, California, where they would confirm that Dennis was in fact Lucas, and they arrested the man and escorted him outside in handcuffs. In a darkly hilarious moment, the pathetic Dennis would be photographed in handcuffs wearing a "Wanted Dead or Alive" t-shirt. Looks like the fat degenerate slob really dressed up for the occasion. What else would you expect from some fucking loser that goes by Vampirate God on the internet and abuses children? While in Dennis's house, authorities would search through his computers and find 48 video files and 20 image files consisting of CP. Some of these videos were over an hour long. There was also content containing other
Yo, authorities, Dark said it's gonna be crazier when they find my stash. Yo, he said it, y'all.
children found on the internet as well. In total, a catalog of over 10,000 videos and image files were looked through. After his arrest, Dennis would admit to the officers that he had captured the videos of the underage girls and saved them to a folder titled My Girls. This guy is a true piece of work, ain't he? Dennis Witt would later be extradited to New York to face trial. He would plead guilty in November of 2014, and on April
Yeah, he
8th,
DM'd it to
2015,
me
Dennis
on
would be sentenced to
TeamSpeak.
60 years in federal prison on 7 counts of sexually exploiting children. When released from prison, Dennis must be put on supervised release for life and will be required to register as a sex offender. From what I can find, there was an attempt to appeal the sentencing, but it was denied. Thank God. Let's take a breather. Now we enter an era of relative peace. Let's do a bit of an Omegle history lesson. Now, thankfully for the next several years, Omegle would be free from major criminal events. Yeah, old men still went on there to broadcast themselves jerking off, but for the most part, things were quiet on the site. People were using it as it was intended, to have fun and talk to strangers, make, unique friendships. That was the intention of the site's creator, Leaf K. Brooks. Leaf had single-handedly developed Omegle while living at his parents' house when he was just 18 years old. He wanted to connect people from around the world in video form at random, a novel concept for the time. The 18-year-old just wanted people to have fun and communicate anonymously online. Talk to strangers, as was the slogan of the website. Launched in 2009, his creation was an instant hit, and Omegle would become established as a permanent part of internet culture in short time. A mainstay of web-based chatting visited by millions of people from around the world since. After all, Omegle's premise and what it was intended for was actually quite remarkable for the time. I mean, real-time video chatting on a web browser back in 2009 was kind of a big deal. Like, I personally remember hopping on Omegle with some buddies and ending up matching with some other teenagers our age somewhere else in the US and becoming friends with these guys. You might exchange Xbox gamer tags and play Call of Duty together, even keeping in touch with them for years at a time. When used correctly, Omegle could be a great way to make connections and friendships from the comfort of your own home. Sadly, though, Leaf's vision for a connected internet would become tainted by those with abusive tendencies. Predators began taking advantage of the accessibility of his platform and used it as a tool to victimize the many children that regularly visited it. This was a fact that hurt Leaf on a personal level, as he himself is a self-admitted survivor of childhood rape. Though despite the misuse of his creation, the vast majority of people were using Omegle to make friends and simply to chat. Leaf saw no reason to shut down the site completely and spoil the fun for everyone because of the actions of a few. This would be a stance that would prove increasingly difficult to maintain as more time passed and more predators emerged. Now, moving a bit forward on our timeline, we look at an Omegle abuse case from 2019. A particularly egregious one in that the perpetrator of this crime was in fact an officer of the law, a seemingly trustworthy member of society. 30-year-old Simeon Smith from Chesterfield, Virginia, worked as a police officer within the city, beginning his occupation with the department in May of 2017. On the surface, Simeon was unlike any upstart officer, a seemingly clean-cut man, eager and filled with an almost naive enthusiasm for upholding the law and protecting the community. But his disposition was nothing more than a facade, as beneath the surface this guy was nothing more than a sick freak with a badge. On March 18, 2019, just before noon, 30-year-old Simeon Smith was apparently feeling aroused and would take to Omegle, looking for both women and young girls to talk to. It seems age mattered little. Officer Simeon Smith would eventually be matched up with an account claiming to be a 14-year-old teenage girl named Crystal. At the beginning of their lengthy and scandalous conversation, Simeon asked for the girl's age, to which she said she was 14. He then allegedly responded with, 30, male, Richmond. Is that okay? The conversation led by Simeon then escalated to a sexual nature, with Simeon asking the minor, quote, tell me how old you were the first time you did anything sexual, unquote. Simeon pushed the sexual agenda in this conversation, with Crystal reportedly not reciprocating. The chat log ends with Simeon saying, quote, oh, and you asked where we would do it? Ideally on your bed. But if that's too risky, I'll rent a room at a hotel, unquote. Yeah, that's a policeman stating explicitly where and how he would like to have sex
It's the people you
with
least
someone who
expect.
he thinks is a 14-year-old girl. Now, thankfully, what you must know is that there wasn't actually a real 14-year-old girl here. It was an undercover cop. Yes, the police, likely not realizing it at the time, had one of their own on the hook. In an effort to confidently identify who they were chatting with, the Crystal account would ask for the creep's social media, which led them to a Snapchat. Simeon would send Crystal a photo of himself, giving the undercover officers more evidence in regard to busting this at-large creep.
During this investigation, the Hanover Police Department collaborated with members of the Southern Virginia Internet Crimes Against Children FBI Child Exploitation Task Force, which included officers from around the state of Virginia and the FBI and Homeland Security. This massive collection of law enforcement entities would hone in on Simeon, and they were able to link the IP address with Simeon's North Chesterfield home, a house that he actually lived in with his wife. The creep cop had been found and would be stung. Simeon would be arrested on March 22nd of 2019 and charged in Hanover County with 3 felony counts of use of a communication system to facilitate certain offenses involving children.
Reasons
Many
why
items
Omegle
would be
got
seized
shut
from
down.
his home, including Asus and Samsung laptops, 7 thumb drives, a CD, a yellow shirt, Sony and Nikon cameras, an external hard drive, and a ThinkPad laptop. Law enforcement likely eager to pry into these devices. He would be held without bond. The head of the Chesterfield Police Department would put out a statement while they were in the process of terminating Simeon's employment. Quote, "I am both disturbed and disgusted by the actions alleged, and I want to say clearly and unequivocally that there is no place for such conduct by anyone in our agency, in our profession, or frankly, in our community." In August of 2019, Simeon would plead guilty to 1 felony charge, while the other 2 were dropped, and on September 24th of 2019, Simeon was sentenced to 10 years in prison, but would have 8 years suspended along with 10 years of probation.
Womp womp.
Now we move forward to 2020 in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. Around this time, Omegle saw a rise in popularity as millions of lonesome people on lockdown sought to interact with others. With a vastly increased user base, this also meant more opportunity for crime to take place on Omegle. And that's what we find throughout 2020 and the early 2020s in general. Omegle just becomes rife with degeneracy. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. The major 2020 case in my eyes is the case of Crystal Scott. It's a bizarre situation involving a degenerate sadist responsible for hideous animal abuse and was only caught thanks to the concern of the online and furry community. In late April of 2020, when most were dealing with social distancing and lockdowns, folks from all walks of life flocked to Omegle, and one community that raised eyebrows in particular were the furries. Furries, thanks to their wacky animal costumes, were often pretty humorous to come across on the site, and many would enjoy interacting with them. The already isolated furries took to Omegle en masse during the pandemic, where they could discuss their love for the fandom, entertain others, and in some cases, just provide some wholesome cringe.
Yeah, because it got shut down in 2023.
In the midst of the COVID malaise,
because the guy that made Omegle was getting sued out the wazoo. And plus, he alleged he was a victim of child SA. So, ended up, what is it? Ended up shutting down the website anyway, so.
A furry browsing Omegle would come across a harrowing spectacle after being matched with an anonymous user. This camera feed showcased an anonymous woman that appeared to be wearing a mask made out of a freshly skinned animal hide. And they were holding a miniature, bloody and fleshy looking animal skull.
Okay,
These
guys.
animal parts seemed like they had been procured from a recently killed animal, according to the
But that ain't even as bad. That ain't even that bad though. Low key. That ain't even bad though. Oh, it's an American thing? This is an Australian
Okay, guys,
thing,
an important
bitch.
part about being a performer is being able to express yourself through movement. Being able to move your body to convey a message, to get something across.
Holy shit, y'all countries went crazy. Holy shit. Guess not like America had the most. We doubled y'all's gold. But whatever though.
The user. The frightened furry snapped some photos of the scene and shared it to the web, thinking that the parts used in the individual's costume may
Hold
have
on.
been from a freshly slain household pet. More sightings of this mysterious figure would be reported in short time, with all who encountered the account feeling extremely disturbed. This story was initially contained within the furry community, as it was apparently a furry who had found the anonymous user first, and the report would cause quite a bit of concern for the furries. As they did their best to investigate the anonymous woman from Omegle further, they found troubling hashtags associated with the grisly user. Hashtag furries, hashtag furry fandom, and most importantly, hashtag fursuit. Creating a fursuit out of animals slain for the purpose of creating a costume is unsurprisingly frowned upon within the furry community. And as far as I'm aware of, it is most...
Not only that, allegedly they're already next year there won't be breakdancing at all. And I entirely blame that bitch for why.
likely illegal in most places, at least in the sense of using like
Apparently not good enough to beat America.
cats and dogs, which appeared to be what was going on here. Did Omegle have an animal slaying fursuit maker on its hands? It wouldn't be long before these collective incidents would go viral, and many on Reddit would post about it. The thread would go as far as to allege that the woman on Omegle killed, burned, and skinned cats, and they had some compelling evidence to back this up. In the Reddit thread, an Omegle user would share an image that they had snapped of the mysterious woman while browsing Omegle, and this gruesome image was that of her holding a skinned cat's head, with the musculature and eyeballs still attached. It's really disgusting, and viewer discretion is highly advised if you go about seeking this photo out for yourself. But yeah, the cat looked like it was recently killed, and with this it became more likely that people really were dealing with some sort of Omegle cat killer. The public's interest in this case rose, as now not was just the furry community looking into
The thing is, I looked her up and she actually has like, because I was looking her up, I'm like, how the fuck did she get in the apparently she won like a championship in some country, and that made her the automatic person. Obviously it's funny as fuck, but it's also like, why the fuck did they not vet? Like, either the people that were, either people saw what she was doing and were okay with it, or she didn't show them at all, which would be even more disturbing personally.
it, the broader internet was as well. A TikTok account allegedly created by the crazy cat-killing Omegle woman was discovered with a description describing herself as a French taxidermist. Other accounts allegedly operated by the user would post taunting messages to those trying to track the Omegle cat killer down, such as, "Good luck to all and happy hunting." She even claimed to have actively infiltrated Discord groups that had been created to hunt her down. It seemed like this was nothing more than a game to this person. Animal abuse is no joke, however, and nobody found her sick antics entertaining. I mean, it's like she was trying to turn this into some kind of fucking ARG, but she's killing animals to facilitate that. Allegedly. Why do this? One TikTok post allegedly written by the cat killer elaborates on their motive as to why. Quote, "Because I'm tired of degenerate brats and people who think that they are better than those. I was raped once by my boyfriend. I want to put fear in others, even if I scar brats." Okay, so let me get this straight. So apparently she got raped and went Joker mode, deciding to get a revenge on her abuser.
That's what I've seen theories about too, is she on a free trip.
You know therapy exists, right? Like you can literally just get counseling. Now this crazy cat killer lady seemed to be so confident in her anonymity and believing that she wouldn't get caught that she actually published her schedule to her TikTok as to when she would be going live on Omegle. So you can clearly kind of see here that this is like a give me attention kind of thing.
Law enforcement really needed to step in like yesterday.
The case had become quite the spectacle in the online world, and its notoriety would urge people to pressure law enforcement to get involved, with cyber sleuths sending calls and emails regarding the Omegle cat killer to police agencies across the U.S.
But turns out cops wouldn't be necessary in unmasking this psychopathic animal abuser. Finally, after weeks and weeks of non-stop clue hunting and putting the dots together,
the most dedicated of amateur online investigators pieced together the puzzle. Picking up the crumbs of evidence left by the Omegle woman, they were finally able to identify her. It was 19-year-old Crystal Scott from Kokomo, Indiana. She was the woman behind the gruesome Omegle streams.
Now law enforcement